Huh. That went live. Good. Oh, there we go. Yes, we are. Woohoo! We are live. Hello, everyone. I'll wait for people to start dropping in. Let's put some tunes on till people arrive. YouTube music.
One, two, three, ho!
Hi. Hi, Bubble Snake.
Now who I am is exactly who I be. Not good enough for you, go ahead and find a better me. Now who you are is exactly what I see. That shit is killing my vibe, so go on and let me breathe. I know you all too well. You talk shit and love the smell. Don't think that I can't tell. You're faking nothing else. You should know this well. Ain't trying to wish you ill. Hope this life treats you swell. Oh yeah, BS, go fuck yourself.
Do not deny me.
Oh yeah, BS, go. BS, go. Ain't trying to wish you ill.
Believe. God damn it.
Oh yeah, BS, go. Oh yeah, BS,
What the fuck is going on?
go fuck yourself.
Behave.
All I know is I know what I need. All I need is a good time, so you're of no use to me. All you know is your time ain't worth a thing. You just wanna bring me down, but I wanna fly and say you bad. I know you all too well. You talk shit and love the smell. Don't think that I can't tell. You're faking nothing else. You should know this well. Ain't trying to wish you ill. Hope this life treats you swell. Oh yeah, P.S. Go fuck yourself.
I'll bop it out and see. Hey, don't tell me what to do. Alright, fine, hand it over, come on. Hey, this is cool. Tell him, pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
Heard you were saying shit, I caught a ray of it. You shouldn't play with it. You blew my mind, it's a joke, so that's all fine, ain't a joke, no. Pray to the God from the bottle, Rolex right, all the ops on my bottle. Burn CDs to the top of my Tahoe, falling down when I speed on a pothole. Napster and I down the whole load. All these magazines on the floor, though, telling me that's a no-no. Make God grab the chrome, so the chopper the best. She made the cut, so I hope that I'm blessed. You got the shit, but she copping for less. Got it for free, denying you best. Pull up. 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 Pull up.
Okay, now listen.
You don't wanna phone me, slipping it up, you surrounded like Gobi. Act like a lizard, you lowly. You taste like a lizard, you soapy. Meditate days, I'm lonely. I mean, I'm Obi. Feeling like home is the only. Came off the bench like Ginobili. Time had been rolling, no rolling. Possession ain't nothing, they told me. I spoke with the master on 03. They told me that I better associate. On my path nobly, I got the hands with forbidden the clothies. They wanna beef, but they eating the 03. I'm fucking with God and we know she. Pull up. 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 Flat stands, I'm feeling forceful. Authored more so, tear your torso. Ayy, ayy. Fuck the Morse code that I forego. I'm resourceful. Ayy. I got the crop, I got the bag and I ain't even shot. Gave me the Sadies, I ain't even cop. All that they gave me, I guess, is a payday. Bank wouldn't see me, calling the Mayday. Ain't validate, Mayday, wouldn't go long. Popping the CD, showing the photos. See me with Ruby, saved like a Toto. I'm good for the dough. Talents I balance, I flip in a row. Water the wrist like I'm flipping on boats. You gotta say him, but she giving me more. Pull up. 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 Pull up.
Father, God King, rarely do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus.
Divine intervention, is that what you seek? To untie apprehensions that were placed on that Greek. You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under, why not make
Oi, come back.
it a game? Convince each of them that he ought to be released, and
God damn it.
I'll release him.
Who's them?
Apollo! Hephaestus! Aphrodite! Ares! Hera! Or me? What do you say?
Great. Very well.
All right.
Groovy. Bring it.
Apollo!
You all know I'm a fan of catchy songs, so with so many sirens gone, I think God is in the wrong.
They were trying to do him worse. All he did was reimburse them. Now they'll tread with caution first, to live another day and sing another verse.
If that's true, release him.
Hephaestus!
Trust is not given, is forced. Why should I give in my support? He sacrificed his own cohort.
Did you forget they failed to listen? He was betrayed and then imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build a future with those who miss him.
Fine, release him.
Claims to love his mother, but let her die of a broken heart. He was busy fighting, more like busy spiting. The Cyclops let him feel the pain that his mother felt and wrought. Wait! Please reconsider this.
Really, Athena? These old tricks?
Ares!
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, pathetic and weak like his son.
Hold your tongue now, hear sounds, my friend, and tell your lover that a broken heart can mend. You want more bloodshed, then set him free to get back to his homestead. He'll make everybody bleed. Release him. Hey, baby. So many heroes, so many tales. Give me one good reason why you should be failed. He's got the mind of a genius, right, Hotter? He's pretty skilled with words. You can do better than that. He's kind of funny, Never once has he cheated on his wife. Release him. I've played your game and won. Release him.
You dare to defy me, to make me feel shame. No one beats me, no one wins my game. Thunder, bring her through the ringer. Show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes the kingdom fall. Is she dead?
Let him go.
Okay. Let's go and start with Eleanor. Ah, I forgot that. YouTube. And there she is. This is... You're welcome, Snake. No problem. It is absolutely amazing. It's a retelling of like the Greek myths, essentially. The Iliad, basically attacking of Troy, and the Odyssey. There's some really good songs in it. Okay, let's see where else. Let's go there. Ah, let's see what people were saying. Oh, she starts in a few seconds. Right. For anyone that hasn't seen Helena, she's amazing. Oh, God. I wonder what bastard Laura Koonsberg's got on tomorrow. I'll check that out later.
I was going to say, Niall, I fundamentally disagree that the snow is good, but maybe it is good to look at. Maybe it's fine to look at, but snow is like my least favourite form of weather. I really, really cannot stand how snow just impacts the day-to-day life, right? I mean, maybe it's me. I mean, potentially this is obviously just a UK thing in general, in that this country just kind of falls apart. Just like an inch of snow, and suddenly the country just stops working totally. Maybe I'd have a different opinion of snow if I lived in like Finland or something, where they actually have preparations to ensure that, you know, buses and trains and trams, they all still run even when it's snowing. So yeah, maybe.
I am of the same mind of Helena. Yeah, it doesn't take much for our country to grind to a halt when the weather turns like this. It is bloody mental. They could get this sorted. There's countries that get feet of snow, not inches, feet of snow, and they still manage to operate. It's mental. Oh, I'm unsteady as it is, Suzzled. Seriously, I am really not good with this kind of weather. Super Hubby had to go out and do some shopping today, and he was describing the conditions outside, and it sounds bad for me, for people like me, especially me. So I'm glad I just sheltered in the house today.
Maybe it's a me problem, or maybe it's a Britain problem than a snow problem. But even
It's
so,
a Britain
like,
problem,
it's
Helena.
cold, it makes everything more difficult, makes just life in general more difficult, snow does. It's really tedious in terms of how it affects just like being able to having to wear like a different pair of shoes to go out just because you know that it's snowing. Like that's a level of inconvenience that yeah, no, I'm just not with it. I'm just not with it. I don't like the cold normally. Like I don't normally enjoy much of the cold. Like winter people, like as a concept, confuse me. They confuse me greatly because there's like you can always take more
Confused me as
clothes
well.
off when it's warm, but there's like a point when it gets cold where no matter how many warm clothes you wear, like it's cold on your face or it's cold on your ankles or on your hands, and that is very cumbersome having to wear like 5,000 different layers of clothing. So not a snow fan, me, Niall, but I do agree it is nice to look at. I do agree that snow is nice to look at, but I will continue to, I absolutely defend the idea that winter people are insane to me. People who look forward to it. Autumn, maybe. It's not as cold, and in autumn you get like the when the deciduous trees start going brown and the leaves start falling. Like I can recognize the beauty of of a nice autumn, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm spring and summer for me all day long. For me, it's spring and summer.
Well said, Helena. Yes. Winter can go and fuck off.
Snow is such a great excuse to not to touch grass. I agree. That is one good thing. That's one good thing. Although I fucking got when I was in my old job, they treated us like an unexplained absence. When I called up and said I literally cannot get to work, it is snowing so much that the buses aren't running. They're like, well, we're gonna have to put that down as an unauthorized absence. And I'm like, what? Because I don't fucking drive on my £20,000 a year call center job. Yeah, of course I can't afford to fucking run a car, let alone pay for the driving lessons I would need to have the car in the first place to be able to get to work when it snows. Yeah, the trams and the buses aren't running. I can't get to work. That's not my problem. The fact that they wrote me up as an unexplained absence for when it was so snowing that none of the public transport I rely on to get from Salford to Altrincham was working. I'm like, how is that my fault? Fucking corporate bellends. I say corporate, but it was fucking call centre. But even so, stupid bellends. That's what they are. They are bellends and they're stupid. Stupid
Well
bosses.
said. Yeah, stupid.
I want it to be July again as well, yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, sorry you had to do
Did I
that.
see Leanne Mohammed querying the election result? I hate to, you know, burst people's bubble. Sorry, I hate to burst people's bubbles, but the Leanne Mohammed election result challenge, it sounds absolutely like cope to me. It sounds 100% like cope. I know Redbridge and those people around there, the Labour Party there, are a little bit dodgy. Let's put it that way. So, you know,
That's fair.
I have my concerns, but as far as you challenging the whole election result because they were 500 votes behind or something, it just feels like cope to me. It feels 100% like cope. I get it. It was close. We all wanted Leanne to win. We all wanted Wes Streeting to lose. We all wanted to see his pasty little face being sad on election day. But unfortunately, you know, sometimes things just don't go your way, and it's time to plan for the future rather than being stuck on relitigating the past. So the Leanne Mohammed stuff, it feels like cope to me. It really does.
With our electoral system, 500 vote difference is fuck all. It's nothing. It's minuscule, essentially. So that's all we needed to get Wes Streeting, to make him a sad little boy. So depressing. He's a wee twat, essentially. I don't like him at all. I don't trust him as far as I could bloody spit. So no. So depressing seeing him win again. Ugh. That's Ilford North, by the way. Give me a second, I'll describe where it is. Ilford North. There we go. Okay, here we go. It's in northeast London. The electorate size was just under 75,000 people. God, Wes Streeting. Incomes and house prices are above the average, which means they're probably sitting at about 280 to 320,000 for a 1 or 2 bedroom house. 210 to 260 for a flat. All districts are suburban but interspersed with many parks and a few small nature reserves, and are connected to central London by the Central Line. That's one of the busiest lines on the train network in London. Most residents live in terraced or semi-detached. You've probably seen thousands of pictures of this, how a lot of areas in Britain all over the place look like this. So back and front door, small garden at the back, 1 or 2 bedrooms, things like that. But the prices are mad. They're absolutely mad. The closer to London you get, closer to the centre of London you get, the prices just go crazy. As of the census, do we still not have 2021 sorted yet? As of the census in 2011, so it's old, mid-rise apartments and modest landscape gardens form the bulk of the housing, essentially, as opposed to tower blocks, the big, massive ones. I was really hoping Leanne Mohammed would win. I really was. Okay. Okay, back to Helena. Oops. Helena? Oh, there we go.
Like, it feels like all of the liberals going, oh, well, there must be something wrong with the election results in America because some Democratic senators won, yet Trump won those states. I'm like, yeah, because like random 18-year-olds who saw Trump on Theo Von don't vote down ballot because they don't care. Like, they're there for him. Like, it's no more easy to explain than that. And it would be funny if Roblox Head loses his seat. I agree, Monkey Sputum. I just think it's not happening. At least not happening until the next election. So, you know, there's plenty of time to organise between now and then.
There is, yes. Organising.
We've never had a time
Getting
machine
together.
to go back in time. Fucking hell, Scaly Bubble with a 50 gifted. I guess I'm gonna have to turn off the alert box for a second. So yeah, if you drop bits in the next 5 minutes, you're not gonna have your message read out because I'll have the alert box turned off. So those 50 giftarinos to go through. That's incredibly generous of you, Scaly Bubble. I appreciate the support, and thank you, Morinar.
For people who don't know, that'll probably be on No Justice's YouTube. It's £1 to be a follower on YouTube for Helena. So that's 50 quid. Someone's just given Helena won't get the 50 quid. She'll get a good portion of it though, of course. But that Scaly Bubble, well done. 50 gifted. Good for her. Good for that person.
For your 19th resub, that's much appreciated.
Well done, Moranaka. Well done. Well done for joining the union. Good for you.
That's an absolutely mega gifterino, absolutely. Thank you very much, Scaly Bubble. Remember, of course, if you want to support the stream, as always, you can support by gifting membership, super chatting for your messages, subscribing on Twitch, subscribing for free with Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or indeed by dropping bits on Twitch as well. When I return my alert box back on, you can get text-to-speech with 100 bits over on Twitch if you want to have your message read out. Just gonna wait through all these gifts to go down through the list here.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube as well. Most of the stuff that I'm getting is from YouTube anyway. I keep on meaning to show some other streamers as well. Maybe Adrian, maybe Reiki. Raptor's quite good. I like Raptor.
So there's no chat. There's no chat anymore. There's just gifts. You're right, Lekers. How you doing? Good to see you.
Oh, Lekers been killing. Nice one.
And thank you, Kerno Zach, for your 8 months of Prime in a row. That's much appreciated. Remember, if you are somebody who has Amazon Prime and you have subscribed with Prime before, you have to manually re-up your Prime sub every single month. So if you are considering subscribing with Amazon Prime for free on Twitch to give me some money, because it's free for you to do so, and I get some of Bezos' money if you do that, your best thing to do is to make sure you re-up that every month manually, so that so Jeff Bezos gets as little money as possible.
Yes.
No chat, just gifts every streamer's dream. Exactly, 100% right. I mean, if anyone else wants to add to the giftarinos, you can do so by doing a similar thing. I'm not too bad. I still have a bit of a cold. Like, I'm not as like genuinely ill as I was before. I'm just very kind of snuffly and sore throat. But I don't feel like, you know how when you're ill and you just feel really worn down and tired, like you can't get out of bed. Like that feeling has kind of gone. But I'm still snuffly. I still have a sore throat. My voice still hasn't recovered, as you can probably tell by listening. You know, it's difficult to speak properly.
I'll need to go and leave a message for Helena. Honey, hot, not hot. Honey and lemon, and you breathe it in first, and it helps relieve the throat, so it's not as scratchy. So super hubby keeps on telling me a hot toddy, but I don't do well with whiskey at all. I'll leave it to my bourbon and vodka.
Enjoyed Ben Burgess breaking Brianna Wu's brain today. What happened with Ben Burgess and Brianna Wu? Did she get fucking destroyed because she's a fucking moronic simpleton? What was the discussion? Was it about Democrats losing for being too woke or some shit? Although Ben Burgess is a class reductionist, right? Not that it matters.
Scrubby, hello, welcome in. Great to see you. Well, it's evening here. Oh, night. Are you? Oh. Well, you've got lots of help around you if you need it. What you think we can fix, Ben? Ooh. Look, Sweetum, welcome in. Great to see you.
That plenty of red stripes being given out there. You're gifting plenty of cans of red stripe around there, Scaly. What I did find funny today.
Well, I do get that, BDS, I do.
Want to change that?
Oh, by the way, I don't go into the hellscape anymore. Elon's made it a fucking evil place.
Hey, she was being a moron and accused Ben of being to the right
Is he?
of Israel because he wants a single democratic state. Yeah, that incredible right-wing position of a single state for the Palestinians, yeah.
Bloody hell. And he got elected. Those Reform MPs are scum. Oi, Manfrog, visit your constituency.
I find it quite funny. Rupert Lowe from Reform UK is out here talking about how we need to ensure the safety of women above the woke madness that is infected.
Let's see. We must put the safety of women above the woke madness that has infected our country. Draw a line. Enough is enough. Shut up, Rupert, you absolute stain.
Our country. What woke madness? I don't know. I don't know whether he's referring to the potential sexual assaults that might be committed by some theoretical immigrant that he's made up in his head, or that he's trying to say that we need to protect women from the transes, even though women are far more pro-trans than men are. But then again, bigotry has always been filtered through the perceived protection of women. Remember when we were talking about how you couldn't share fountains with black people because that might be a danger to women, but whatever, right? During the civil rights era. Nevertheless, it seems very funny to me that Rupert Lowe is out here saying that somehow it's the woke, etc., who are going to be a threat to women.
No, it isn't.
When
He's
his
talking
own
bollocks.
colleague, Reform UK MP James McMurdoch, was detained as a teenager for kicking his former girlfriend. Like, I feel like the call is coming from inside the house, Rupert. As always, the people who have been a threat to women generally have always been cisgender men, and especially those who are on the right wing. So much so, they get elected as right-wing MPs, people who are a danger to women, or who have previously been a danger to women. Feel like this is trying to cover up for something, innit, Rupert? Yeah, exactly, yeah. James McMurdoch.
Oh, Max replied to that stupid arse
My favourite thing
tweet.
this week was learning that it's not for the Home Secretary to state whether an arrest warrant will be enforced. Exactly, yeah. It's not like she's in charge of the police or anything. Like, she directly influences how the police are supposed to act. That's definitely not the job of the Home Secretary. I don't know what you're talking about.
She sets the legislation. Oh, it's Yvette Cooper, by the way. That's the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper. Ed Balls' wife, funny enough. They set the legislation that sets the rules for how the police operate. Essentially, that's all she does. Plus other things. Home Secretary's quite an involved role. Obviously, it's one of the 5 great offices of state. It's one of the oldest ones, actually. So she can set the legislation, they can put it through Parliament, blah, 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 get it all voted and make it legislation, and the police operate on the legislation that's being passed. She doesn't actually directly involve herself with how the police actually operate. Oi, Yvette, stop being a numpty.
People who hate feminism talking about protecting women and girls, what a joke. I mean, it is funny, isn't it? It is quite funny. But yeah, literally, they always said the same thing about, you know, people of color in the civil rights era being a threat to women. They say the same thing about immigrants being a threat to women. Like, but when there's actual people within their midst who are a threat to women, it's a fucking silence in there. Crickets. Brianna Wu just seems to be insanely spiteful to people who are critiquing her, even if it means being on the side of people who want her oppressed. I mean, she's decided to be a fucking, you know, the good tranny, right? She's trying to be the good transsexual. She's trying to mark ourselves out to be one of the good ones, to be the one who's at the back of the queue for the gas chambers. That's how Brianna Wu has decided that she wants to take her career moving forward. The solidarity is not for liberals. Liberals don't do solidarity. What about female prisoners?
Monkey Sputum, what job does your son have? Were they? Fuck, I didn't know that. The wedding present must have been free. Oh, that's hilarious. Well said. I really didn't know that. Bloody hell. Huh. Well, he likes her, doesn't he? Fuck, I despise that man so much. Ah, I got hit with confetti. Shut up, Gideon, you absolute ghoul. I'm not actually sure if he would actually come, even if they did invite him, which would be absolutely horrible if they did. Bloody Labour government. I don't see him coming to the UK. I can see him going back to the States, obviously. Much more militarised over there, unfortunately. Sorry to any Americans in chat. Sorry about that. But I don't see him coming to that because there's local outrage here. There's lots of people who would actually do it. Christ, if I was there and I saw him walking down the street, I'd huckle him. I don't see him coming to the UK, but don't hold me to that. Get all the Metropolitan Police to protect him so none of us actually try to arrest the bastard.
Don't mention the rape guards. Well, exactly. You know, the vast majority of sexual assaults that are carried out against women in prison is done by cisgender male prison guards. It's all just a fucking smokescreen for the real problems. Christopher Chope, yeah, the upskirting bill. Well, it wasn't a filibuster of the upskirting bill. As there was like a submission stage for private members' bills that have to go.
I remember that, Scribby. That's 5 days before my birthday. I would have been turning 22. Good for Peter Tatchell trying to do that, though. That would have been fun. I think he died about a year and a half after that. Or no, maybe longer. Bloody good question. When did he actually die? Robert Mugabe. Okay, Brussels, 2001. Oh, fuck no. 6th of September 2019. It was another 18 years before he died. Christ. I did 34, 44, 74, 84, 94, 04. Bloody hell. 95. He was 95. Just a wait. Oh, thank you. I didn't feel like I went, trust me. The Christmas before that, Christmas 2000, well, it was on Hogmanay, it was on the 31st of December. I fractured my left ankle because the party we were going to, the flat it was on a kind of steep incline. I was wearing boots and everything. I had lovely little sandals in my bag, but to get up to the place, I was wearing my walking boots. Oh, you're only a year older than me. Oh, I thought you were the same age as me. And I twisted my ankle and I'd fractured it in 2 different places. The x-ray was a bloody mess to look at. Good.
Through like one's approval, like unanimous approval in Parliament to then make it through to committee stage, I believe, and Christopher Chope immediately put a wall up against it by making it not unanimous anymore.
Because Christopher Chope is a misogynistic piece of shit, essentially. The outrage amongst lots of women across the land with that bill, just what a scumbag, utter scum.
I don't know, Flow Snake. We'll see. I don't expect anything to come of it.
Excuse me.
But again, Philip Davis has never actually been one to care about women's
He
rights. He's
might
always been a
come.
men's rights person. Like he was. Philip Davis was part of the kind of Sargon of Akkad sphere of like anti-feminists in during the Gamergate era stuff. That's what Philip Davis was doing.
Oh God, Sargon. Oh.
It's interesting because you look at somebody like Philip Davis who kind of launders his anti-feminism through the lens of trying to be like pro-male or whatever, like wanting there to be a men's department, and you compare Philip Davis's anti-feminism to say Jeff Norcott, who, despite my political disagreements with him, I believe his genuine position, I believe he is genuine and sincere in wanting there to be a better role models for men, more kind of political spheres for men's issues to be discussed. And I think that's laudable. I just find it very interesting that, you can tell from Jeff Norcott that he's doing it sincerely because he seems to want to have kind of genuine dialogue. And yet, Philip Davis, you know that it's fucking just contention for the sake of contention. Just getting fucking piss mad because of feminists. Yeah, comedian is obviously in inverted commas for Jeff Norcott. I don't think he's very funny.
You were on the stream earlier on, Helena, so
how dare you suggest
I
such
was,
a thing, yeah.
hang on, I'll pause Helena for a second. I was over on Raptor. He was doing a call-in show today, so I was over there speaking to Raptor Blue, and a couple of other chatters as well. One of his mods, Dargesh. He's a laugh. Bloody love Dargesh so much. How was the stream? Was it good? Is this thing about the scum landlord going to be great? This will be good. Back to Helena. Oh, Jeff Norcott. I remember him.
He's basically been a far-right infiltrator even before the Tories became as far-right as they are now. His dad was a member of many far-right
Oh,
parties and Doncaster mayor at one point. I didn't know that, John de Brazen. It's something you've... I mean, you're from that area, right? You're from Bingley? Or Shipley, if I remember. Is it you that's from Shipley? I forget. I only know him because for a very brief period he was the token Tory comedian on panel shows. He still is. Like Jeff Norcott still is the token Tory comedian on panel shows because he's the only Tory comedian that doesn't spend his entire time just being bigoted, right? I think his humor is I don't think he's very funny. I don't particularly think that Jeff Norcott is a particularly funny comedian, but at least I can recognise that
I've tried to watch Jeff Norcott in the past. I couldn't do it. I've actually been watching a lot of Jack Whitehall, oddly enough. Obviously Frankie Boyle, praise be. I love the man so much. We also have Dara O'Brien. I love Dara. He's quite good. And oh God, I can see her. Kind of plump. Oh, glasses. Damn it, I've forgotten her. Bad Katie. Damn. We'll get it later. Oh. Back in a second, people. One minute. There we go. There we go.
his comedy doesn't come from a place of bigotry, and he's at least trying to create a form of comedy that isn't just based upon bashing minority groups that he thinks are icky, which seems to be most conservative comedians. Like, he seems like a nice guy, yeah. Thank you for the 20 gifted, Lucas Lupin. That's incredibly generous of you. We were quite down on our projected income for this month, so you and Scaly have pushed me right up to where I would have wanted to have been 22 days into the month, so thank you.
There we go. That's better.
Yeah, exactly, Flow Snake, yeah.
No problem, Sozzled. Thanks for dropping by. And more welcome to come back next
See,
time I
Aaron
stream.
Bastani, people getting mad at him on Twitter because he said that being a parent made him more left-wing, and I'm just like, yeah, of course it did. Of course, I mean, I did a whole segment about his article about why being a
Sarah
parent made him more
Millican.
left-wing.
Oh,
But did you make, like,
Scrubby,
people
thank
are
you.
saying, oh, well, you've got something to conserve, so you'll become conservative now. It's just like, well, no, I've just had a child being born into a world that's hurtling towards fucking devastation, and I would like that not to happen, please. And so, of course, right-wing economics is the main reason as to why the world is hurtling towards the abyss. And maybe, you know, if people want to have a better world for their children, they probably would vote for the people who are trying to stop that from happening, maybe? Exactly.
Damn. Come back,
Want a better
Eleanor.
world for your kids. I literally have a mate. If you're watching, Josh, it's been a while. I hope you're doing well. But he even said to me in 2019, right? This guy was a Marine. He does, like, you know, armed security for, I'm not going to say exactly where for security reasons and don't out him or whatever, but he does, like, armed security, having been trained as one of the Marines, right? Of course, famously an incredibly kind of right-wing area. And then ever since, you know, being in a relationship and having a child, he was like, well, no, I mean, despite everything, I'm going to vote for Jeremy Corbyn because I want a better world for my child. And I'm like, yeah, it makes fucking sense, doesn't it?
Good for him. Well done. It's Royal Marine Commandos over here by Royal, obviously. Ugh.
My cousin was a Tory until she had children and realised how bad austerity has affected the services
She
that
has,
she used.
Gribby, she has, yeah.
I hate to say it, John. I hate to say it, John, but it is very funny for all of the people who.
That actually surprised me that Novara invited her on. Really? No, don't like the woman at all. Don't try to promote people like her. No, 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 no. You could have pushed back harder. God damn it, Michael. You could have actually challenged her a bit more. So no, either invite them on and challenge them, really push them, or don't invite them on at all. Don't be all chummy with them, especially her. I'm here for my trans allies. I love them.
Start off conservative and then move left is just, oh well, I was a conservative until I realised that it affected me specifically. Not to throw shade at your cousin or anything, you know, but it reminds me of the Ian Dale moment where he was like, well, I never thought we would need people staffing the ticket offices in the train station, and then I became disabled and realised that actually there was a really good reason for it. Again, just people being conservative until a minority issue affects them every single time.
Yep, yep. Oh, yeah, totally unimpressed. Totally, yeah. It looks like he's sworn off now because of that, because of them inviting Anna Kasparian on. I agree with Kev for the most part, for a good part of it. I would never invite her on, obviously, but if that were to ever occur, obviously I'd be pushing her hard, and Cenk as well, obviously. But that would never happen, obviously. Scottish Marxist, very opinionated. Doubtful it would ever happen.
But Jam Man bad, true. I never thought people would need help until I needed it. Exactly. Like, it's the myth of liberal individualism. It's just the people who believe in liberal individualism are the ones that it's been good for. And then as soon as liberal individualism slaps you in the face, suddenly you believe in collectivism.
Oh, look, a change in material and mental and health well-being. And they suddenly say, oh yes, that would be a good thing. Funny that, isn't it? Huh. Try living my life, Ian Dale, seriously. See how much fun you have. It is, yes, it is monkey sputum. It is important.
According to popular opinion, I should be right-wing by now, but I find myself getting more left-wing as time goes by. Millennials are one of the first generation in a very long time who've gotten more left-wing as they've gotten older rather than more right-wing. You know, in general, I mean, this is just kind of a pop.
Because Kev's been showing them a bit over the last couple of months, the Metatron, I'm going to go back and start watching them again, just to get a feel of them again. I used to watch them quite a lot back in the day. What's it? Oh dear God! Oops. My niece keeps on saying to me, "Why can't I be a Gen Xer? All of you seem based." Don't you worry, sweetie. I'll educate you about it. I'm glad I've got her. It's good. Being able to educate her about the politics of Britain is a good thing for me, and she can reach out to all her friends. She's got lots of friends. Good for her. I'm happy for her for having all those people to actually help her. We were. Super Happy's an older Gen Xer than me. I'm 79. He was 1970, so he grew up all through the 70s. So in the north of Glasgow, and it was still very anti-Catholic. Obviously, Good. Are you Gen X as well, Scribby? Welcome in, Gen X, comrade. Nice one. I'm noticing a lot of Gen Xers, especially here in Glasgow and in Perth and up in Inverness. Not so much Aberdeen, unfortunately, but parts of Edinburgh are doing quite well with basedness, essentially, which is good to see. Outreach to like the smaller communities, like down in Ayrshire and up the west coast, they're still kind of neo-lib, still kind of Tory, just a little bit. They're more worried about their material conditions as well, obviously, because they need to drive. The bus services in a lot of areas in Scotland are kind of shit or don't exist at all. So they're starting to realise we should be campaigning for ourselves and trying to get better people into Westminster or Holyrood for us here in Scotland to make it better for people. It's good. Not entirely sure if Aberdeen's a lost cause yet. It might be. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on Aberdeen over the next 4 or 5 years before the next general election to see what happens.
Theory here. I'm not saying that I have
Whoops.
specific evidence as to this is why. I'm not a sociologist. I'm not a social scientist. I don't know anything like that, right? But my kind of pop theory on this one is that there's a kind of a level. There's a point in your life you get to, an age you get to, where your political philosophy becomes solidified. I think it's usually in your mid to late 30s that your political opinions become specifically very solidified. And usually people start seeing their material wealth increase by their late 30s. They usually see their material wealth increase. They usually see their level of asset ownership increase. And so they're starting to make a conservative.
If you can, post it into my Discord. Numpty women, by the way, for that one. Monkey sputum. Oh, sweet. Right, I'll copy that. Copy text. Nice one. Thank you. I will post that into my Discord later on.
Turn at this point, and once you're past that turning point, once you get past that age, you just continually getting more conservative as you age. But millennials are the first generation. They've hit the mid to late 30s bracket, and they've got no assets. They have nothing to conserve. They have not gained any material wealth, and if anything, the world has become worse and they've become poorer, and that's made them left-wing. So they've got past that point where they might become left-wing. So a lot of these millennials might inherit a lot of stuff as their parents die. You know, once these millennials become 40 and 50, as John Byrne Murdoch at the FT points out, the big inequality driver between millennials, because they're all as poor as each other in terms of work terms, mostly. Most of them aren't homeowners themselves. Most of them have, not particularly high paying jobs either because of supply side labour market reform. The thing that's going to divide millennials is, are their parents rich? And when their parents die, are they passing down material wealth? That's going to be the big divider between millennials. But of course, if you inherit your first house, for example, in your late 30s or early 40s, you'll have already passed that point where your left-wing views have been solidified. So, whereas John Byrne Murdoch thinks that this inheriting of wealth will create a political divide between millennials, I don't think it will. I don't think it will create this big political divide between millennials that he claims.
Mine's got started when I was a very young teenager. My classics and Latin teacher, he was a Marxist. He kept that quiet. He only told me he's no longer with us, unfortunately. I couldn't make it up to the funeral in Perth, though. But his daughter's still a good friend of mine. And she live streamed it for me on her phone so I could see the funeral. It was really beautiful. It was a good service. He'll be missed. He was a really good teacher and a good dad, so may you rest in peace, Mr. Reedy. You were amazing. So when I was 12 years old, he gave me Capital to read. I came back to the house with it and I sat down on my bed and started reading it. My mum came into the bedroom and asked me what I was reading. I showed her, look what Mr. Reedy gave me, and you should have seen the look on her face. It was brilliant. I loved him for doing that, though. So I think she suspected that I would have I was going to turn out left wing anyway, so Mum's quite cool. She's cool.
That it will. I think that we have engendered a culture of solidarity amongst millennial types, especially amongst
really,
people of
thank
my
you.
generation specifically, who are in their early 30s right now, and that culture of solidarity will not dissipate just because a millennial who's 41 will inherit their parents' house or their grandparents' house when they're dead. I think they will see the material wealth that they've inherited and they'll go, holy shit, I know my friends, I know the struggle my friends go through, that's the struggle that I've been through, and my material wealth is entirely unearned, and they'll show solidarity with the people in their cohort and people lower down as well. So whereas John Murdoch thinks that this big inheritance will turn millennials right-wing, I think it will do the opposite, and make people realise just how stark the inequality in society is. Maybe I'm a wishful...
Oh no, you're not wishful thinking there, Helena. Trust me on that. From what I get from my niece, hang on, 1999. Is she a Zoomer or a millennial? I can't remember. Comrades, can you help me? Is 1999, is my niece a millennial or a Zoomer? Damn, I can't remember. She's a millennial. She's a millennial. Sure, she's a millennial. Oh, she's a Zoomer. She's a Zoomer. 97 to 2012.
thinker. Because I am someone who will inherit material wealth. It'll just be a house, right?
Please tell me that's a 2-bedroom, Scribby, please. My mum's house up in Perth is a 1-bedroom. What the hell? Oh, that is wild. How the hell are first-time buyers meant to afford that? Crazy, man, crazy. The house prices here in Glasgow aren't quite that bad. You can get quite a decent 2-bedroom flat, depending on area, for between, like, there's ones at 75,000, obviously in some of the more deprived areas. Yeah. Jammy bastard, that landlord then, isn't he? Look at it. 180. That's 4 times. That's 4 times it's went up in price. Yeah, I know how bad Brighton is. Brighton's mental. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'll just sicken yous all. My current rent for our 1-bedroom flat here in the north of Glasgow is 181.39 a month. We're Band A, so we're the lowest council tax band. Shit, what are we? £75 a month for our council tax. It went up 200. Christ's sake. That's the average for a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom in like the East End of Glasgow, where a lot of students live. It's usually between 310 and 300 and 400, maybe 350 for a 1-bedroom flat. The 2-bedroom flats are like 400 to 500 a month. Not the West End though, not Partick, not like Byers Road or Dumbarton Road or anything. Those prices, they usually start at like 650. The dearest one I heard was one of the Victorian townhouses, which had 5 bedrooms in it, obviously shared kitchen, 4 bathrooms, and a WC. And they were paying $13.80 each a month. The house itself is worth about 1.2, I believe. It's a nice house. It's in Downhill. A lot of those houses do look beautiful, but the rent that some of these landlords charge is just mental. And don't ask me about Edinburgh. It's just wild. It's just as bad as it is London, I think.
As far as material wealth will be, it'll probably just be a house that I inherit, but it was a house that was bought in the 90s and therefore has stratospherically increased in price, right? I already have a house here. I'm a homeowner in this one. I'll have a whole spare fucking house that I'll inherit, and I have no fucking need of it, so I'll just sell it. And obviously I'll pay some inheritance tax, right? But that's just fucking hundreds of thousands of pounds on a house that I don't need, that I will be inheriting for doing nothing. What do you think I'm going to look at that and go, oh, well, now I'm going to become a conservative? No, it's going to be fucking massively unfair that I'm going to inherit a house that I don't need, and I'll be able to just have hundreds of thousands of pounds that just immediately in my bank account. Like, well,
Oh, that is freaky as hell. I lived at, before we got this flat here in Springburn, we lived in a flat above Smugglers. Monkey sputum. Christ, I hated that fucking shower. The flat itself was kind of cramped. It was alright, I guess. We were paying $280 a month for it. Shanna, darling, that is mental. Did you? Huh. It's closed now, by the way. It doesn't get used. Just sits there doing nothing. Waste of space, essentially. That could be a community hub. There's a community hub in that Tesco. I'm not entirely sure if it gets used that much, personally. I think it might. Oh, wow. I know you guys. I've actually went to see the Regen Agency before. Doing good work. Nice one. Oh, you're back. Yeah, it's been wild here as well, Flow Snake. It's been mad. I hate it when the weather turns like this. Ugh.
well, what the fuck is that? Well, how the fuck is that fair for anybody? You know? And there's plenty of millennials who are going to be in my boat. Literally. Where there's not going to be like this fucking business they're inheriting or a share portfolio or huge amounts of actual physical cash that they're going to be inheriting. It's just going to be a house. But the house is going to be an insane value because of how
Oh, no problem. If you need stuff to do, go and do it. Yeah. The stuff that we need to do to keep our life going, obviously, looking after the flat, cooking, cleaning, blah, 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 going out doing shopping, stuff like that. So if you need to go outside and do stuff, carry on, my man. Carry on.
houses have increased in price over the last 30 years.
Oh. I'll pause Helen a second. I'll be back momentarily. Damn it, stop doing that.
Assuming they get to inherit anything after it's been piled into social care for their dying parents. I mean,
Oh, okay.
that's also a thing. It does depend on how many of these houses get bought out by private equity, whilst older people try and fund their own social care, given that there's not going to be no national care service moving forward, I guess. But I mean, maybe I shouldn't be cynical. Maybe I'm just kind of projecting my own thoughts, right? As somebody who realizes already, you know, who's been financially literate enough to know that there is plenty of money that I have access to because of dead relatives that people I know from my age will not have access to. And that, you know, it makes it's unfair. It just feels naturally unfair. I don't know. Do you know any other millennials who are in my position? Many others?
My little sister's
And I
a
guess it's just
millennial.
between two of us because it's just me and my brother.
Sell the house, Helena, split it with your brother, and buy the most kick-ass Magic the Gathering deck that you can and dominate the entire world. Oh, yeah, we do. We get really, really bad winds up here. Yeah, really strong gale force. A fair amount. But yeah, it's usually quite strong winds. $760 in 2007 and sold it for 1.2. Christ. Jammy bastard. Has he changed yet, Scribby? I'm doubtful, really.
And also, I guess fingers crossed, you know, that this house that I'll be inheriting won't be for another like 30 years or so. I hope not, anyway. At least 30 years, fingers crossed.
Oh, I'll actually say about my mum's house. My mum just got hers reevaluated. It's a cracking house. I like it. It's a great place. I thought she'd done quite well in buying it. Hers all right. Obviously, she's owned it. She hasn't needed to pay a mortgage for about 8 years now. 8 years? 6 years? 8 years. 8 years now. There's 3 of us, so there's me and my 2 sisters. Hopefully we've got Mum for a little bit longer though. Hopefully. Health issue I won't say on stream. Hopefully we've got her for a good bit though. So we'd split it. Would it be worth it? I'm not entirely sure if it'd be worth us moving actually. Because we'd probably just be stuck in the same area. But, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, of course.
And then hopefully by then it wouldn't matter, because I'll have already just be a lefty forever. So we'll see.
Scribby, can you remind me again, where is Chiswick? I've got a sneaking suspicion it's London. Obviously, because that's where his work is. Do you know those huge, big-ass metal bins you get outside businesses? That's what we've got now. We used to have 3 wheelie bins. There's 6 households in the closest here. The ones the type I'm in. And we used to get 3 wheelie bins. So one wheelie bin for 2 households, which is stupid because it's not big enough. So they changed over. We've lost our recycling bin, like our food waste bin. It's vanished. We don't get that anymore. The big yellow recycling bin truck thing doesn't come here anymore. They removed all the food waste bins, which is also stupid. My home city of Perth, they're doing it correctly. It is good. Their recycling facilities are great up there. I don't know why Glasgow, the biggest city in this country, doesn't get their shit sorted with this. It infuriates people like me. Maybe I should start a petition to get them to do it again. Send it to the council. Give us back our recycling bins. Oh, dear God. Yeah, it was a lot wilder a little bit south of us as well. It was bad up here. Not too strong winds, but snow. It's all became compact. It was snowing throughout the night and into the mid-morning. Stopped about 11, I think. But it all became compacted and slippery as hell. There was a couple of matches postponed. I can't remember what ones now. Damn. Dundee against Hibs, Dens Road. It was really foggy. It was so close to nearly being abandoned. I don't know how they could play in it actually earlier on. So it was really foggy and windy up in Dundee today. I don't know what it was like up in Aberdeen. But right up the west coast, just masses of snow hitting all over the breathers. There's been a good few snow drifts up the west coast and travel warnings and everything. Was that in 2005? 2005. So, oh dear God, yeah, I remember that. I seem to have a good memory of remembering when it's evil snow and icy and horrible conditioned weather, essentially. Know your enemy. Mine is usually myself.
Fortunately, all your friends are homeowners and well off.
Oh, myself and my little sister and my niece, who is going to be 25 next month, we're not homeowners. My middle sister and her wife, they're homeowners. They're still paying a mortgage though. I think she's only got 5 or 6 years left actually, come to think of it. So they're the homeowners and mum, obviously, she owns her home. So me and my little sister, we're the ones that are still paying rent, her to the council up in Perth and me to the Housing Association here in Glasgow. There is no way, shape or form that me and Super Hubby are going to be able to get on the property ladder at all at this point in our lives. Can't afford it. Neither of us can go back. Well, Super Hubby could go back to work. I hope they don't do that to him. Honestly, I can't. They can try and force me, but I'll hell mend them. There is no way I can go back into the world of work. Not going to happen. My little sister, she might be able to she's got a provisional approval for a mortgage and she could move to a better house. She's got a house. It's quite a nice house. Quite like it. She she might be able to get a mortgage because both her and her partner, they both work, so they've got 2 incomes coming into the house, so they could get a mortgage and maybe move to a better house. We'll wait and see.
And I think, unlike the farmers, I'll be very happy to pay inheritance tax because it's completely unearned wealth that I'll be gaining.
Oh, you're like super hubby.
You'll inherit nothing, a family of 10 and no generational wealth. I do hope that everyone else is at least getting something, not that I was relying on it or anything, lol. I mean, it seems like, again, this is the reason why this is going to be the big divider of millennials, is just because millennials have been able to generate very little material wealth of their own. So the big divider is, do you have rich parents or not? Like, or not even rich parents, just parents who own a house.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Money from your inheritance went on supporting your granddaughter and grandson, and also donos to me. Well, thank you very much for bequeathing your inheritance to the very hard work that I definitely do, talking into a camera for 3 hours a day, if that. They don't realize it though. I guess it's my fault working in the legal industry. Everyone the same. Class is so blatant. That shit. Then yeah. I guess the specifics. I guess it's specific to if you're inheriting a lot and you're a millennial who's lived a normal life or not. Like I worked in call centers and shops, right? Different than working in like a.
Super Hubby had been on the list for years with Glasgow City Council. Then when they put my name on, it was still the council. The minute they put my name onto the application, a month later we'd been living in that flat in Scotstoun Hill. We were there for 5 months. A month before that, we put our application in for both of us. And within that month, we were moved up to here. So having a couple with the possibility of children, they moved us up to this flat with the possibility if we needed to move. Yeah, it's mad. The longest I've heard is like 8 to 10 years, people sitting on the waiting list for a better house. Paying a private landlord, just, Christ's sake, build more fucking houses.
A legal firm. The kind of people that you'd know, or the kind of circles that I mingle in. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Just the thing that I am worried about is, what if John Byrne Murdoch is right? What if John Byrne Murdoch is right, and all the millennials who inherit a bunch of houses in 20 years' time just become massively.
Fuck the fuck the rich. We need the houses. Gag them, tell them to shut the fuck up. We need the housing. Even for our own citizens, we need the housing, leaving immigration aside for a second. We need the fucking housing. Simple as. Send a petition straight down to. It's Angela Rayner, isn't it? Is she the Housing and Communities Minister as well as Deputy? He has not asthma, electrical problem with his aortic valve. Nothing physically wrong with it, it's perfect. They said it's one of the clearest, hardly any cholesterol. Very good, I like. But he still needs his inhalers. He does get out of breath. But other than that, he's okay. Obviously, he's older than me. He's in his 50s. I'll not give you. I've promised not to give his exact age. He's in his 50s. So, couple of joint issues. Very dry skin. Uses emollient for that. But other than that, he's okay. He's trying to lose a few stone, of course. We're not going to pressure him. He does enough around. He does enough. He does everything around the house essentially. I try to help out where I can, of course. It's me basically. He's my carer. So if they deem that he needs to go back to work, they're going to have to give me a carer, tell him to get washed and dressed and stuff. That'll be fun. just wired different. They said that to my niece as well. But she's on meds for things as well. I help her though. I help her get through. I help her. I like helping people. It's good. Mine's is mostly physical. Obviously, I'm a crazy ass Scotswoman, so. It's more physical ailments in my family on both sides. There's a history of mental illness on my niece's dad's family. So her dad and a couple his dad, his mum. His mum has a psychological problem as well. She's on medicine for it. But there's mental instability on her dad's on my niece's her dad's side, my niece's dad's family. So my mum keeps an eye on that, see how they're doing. Obviously, there's always a risk of dementia as you get older.
Conservative wankers. This can be so depressing.
Ooh, does she? Nice one. Yeah, anyone from Riverboat Jacka is more than welcome to join here.
Surely these people can recognise that it's totally unearned. It's just, you happen to win the uterus lottery and get born into a family that's going to give you loads.
Wasn't quite that bad for me, monkey sputum. I got 5, which is still sickening, essentially. Bloody Department of Work and Pensions, I hate it. 2 years for the tribunal. I thought my 6 months was mental. Oh God, you're up to the same points as me. Nice one. Oh, for crying out loud. Was that all? Yeah, that would be Department of Work and Pensions. Social Security Scotland aren't that bad. They're a hell of a lot better in some aspects. The Department of Work and Pensions needs completely overhauled. Completely. Not that Labour or scumbag Tories or even the Lib Dems bloody do it. Christ, was that up here? Fuck. Urgh. Making me have to jump through hoops when I moved over onto PIP. I was losing the will, man. I was either in floods of tears or was raging out of my mind. My mum sent me away in a wee getaway with Super Hubby up to Inverness to calm me down. I was getting that bad. She said, there you go, I've booked you two on a weekend getaway up to Inverness. Just calm the fuck down. This will get resolved, don't worry about it. She was really panicking about me. God, I love her, she's amazing. Oh, no. Fuck them, you can live where the hell you want. How dare they say that to you? How dare they? Are you? Nice one. Glad you dropped by, Shanna. It was great to see you. Have fun. Talk to you later. Oh, crowd control on BG3 tomorrow. That'll be fun. I wonder what Joyce Dargesh has got planned for Raptor.
Of wealth later on. Like, how can people not recognise this? Anyway, let's talk about Rachel Reeves, shall we?
Oh dear
Let's
God,
talk about
here we
Rachel
go.
Reeves and apparently her lying on her CV. Because I know this has been a big thing amongst like Guido Fawkes Twitter, which is obviously something I don't want to get involved with. Because I know Politics UK, that definitely not right wing account, has been tweeting a lot about the Rachel Reeves CV issue. And I'm like, well,
Oh, for Christ's sake. I'm glad we've got control of some of the benefits up here now. It's a lot better, a lot better. I was seriously losing the will to live with the Department of Work and Pensions. I was seriously out of my mind at times. Oh, don't worry about that, Philippe. Don't worry.
care more about the impact of the policy, but I want to know just how much. Like, she lies about loads of things, like the policies that she supports.
Yeah, she does.
And she lied about she plagiarized her book from Wikipedia and shit like that. So she's not exactly been the most truthful of individuals. So hopefully we'll see it. But
None of them have.
let's have a watch and see what's going on about the whole
Prime
Rachel Reeves
example,
CV
our
issue.
Prime Minister.
There's no disputing that Rachel has got a financial background. There's no disputing that she's an intelligent woman. There's no disputing that she does have a lot of credentials that make her, well suited to the role that she has. I'm not sure that the kind of level of scrutiny that we see her CV being given would be given to other men in her particular role. And I think that a lot is being made of this, when actually I think we should focus on, whether or not she's actually any good at her job. And actually, that's the question that you're asking me really at the top of the programme is the budget unravelling, and is this going to damage the country's finances? And I think the jury's out on that one.
But now, up to the minute analysis with the Sunday Times political editor, Caroline Wheeler. Good morning, Caroline.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Now, Keir Starmer, how many weeks are we in? 16? No, it must be more than that. 20? I don't know. Anyway,
I don't know.
He's planning a reset already. And however many weeks it is, it seems shockingly early in their term for that.
Hasn't the entirety of Keir Starmer's leadership just been reset after reset, right? They've just continually said, well, what do we think is the most politically convenient thing for us to say? Where will Sir Weathervane point? It feels to me like it's just been endless reset after reset. There's not really been a single kind of central narrative other than, we will grow the economy, right?
Oh. The red button.
Is this a make or break winter, as some are suggesting, for Keir Starmer and his brand new government?
Well, I think many people would suggest that the honeymoon was over quite a while ago. And actually, this isn't the first reset that we've seen. Obviously, following the conference season, when we then quickly saw the departure of his chief political aide, Sue Gray, and the kind of shake-up of his top team at that moment, that was very much sold to us as a kind of reset of his sort of political team. I'm not quite sure why they think that this kind of reset is going to work for them, because actually what's being talked about is a kind of extrapolation of the missions that were set out very much in the manifesto and beyond that, and the mission boards that were created. I mean, I think what they're hoping to do is to make those promises a bit more tangible to people, make it look like there are things that they can link them to in order to show that there have been some deliverables. But look, I think when we look at the kind of bigger picture, if you're going to talk to people about what was going on with this government, I think already they would be raising things like the freebie scandal that we've seen, the budget that we've seen with the NICS rises on employers, which has seen many front pages, including today in the Times, with concerns raised by retailers about the impact on them, and the farmers obviously also now up in arms about the budget. So I'm not quite sure how.
I mean, what's frustrating is it feels like that none of these things are going to be an actual issue, lol. For many kind of regular voters on the ground, I don't think many voters are looking at all of these things and going, well, that's it, right? That's it. National insurance contributions for employers have slightly gone up, therefore I'm never voting Labour again. Or, most farmers who are getting angry at this budget probably were never voting Labour either. Like, it's just, is this really the budget that's the problem here? Maybe the freebie scandal is something that's going to cut through to people, that he's untrustworthy. But again, he's untrustworthy because they're receiving like millions of pounds from tax avoiding like hedge funds in the Cayman Islands.
Yeah.
Or by taking loads of money from for Labour Together that they never declared from people like Martin Taylor and Clive Follock and Trevor Chin. Like it feels these stories should have more cut through than whether or not he received tickets for Taylor Swift, right?
How kind of having a sort of slightly technocratic sort of reshuffle of their mission statements is actually going to make an enormous amount of difference.
Right, it seems more like a theoretical reset rather than a practical reset. One of the things that, as you just mentioned, that sort of, is the economic factor. New figures show, this is also in the Times this morning, new figures show that the economy is stagnating and that businesses are giving the budget the thumbs down, and that it's damaged confidence, businesses' confidence. That's on the front page of the paper this morning. How concerned will that make Rachel Reeves?
Well, it's a really good question, and it's something that I've been kind of exploring a little bit and speaking to people in and around the Treasury to say, just how worried are you by this, given that we've seen letter upon letter of interventions from really big businesses complaining about some of the measures that were taken in the budget, which have really significant impacts on their top line. And of course, concerns thereby being that will get passed down not only to their staff, but also to consumers in terms of price rises. And actually, the response has surprised me to a certain extent, which is that they feel very confident about the budget. They still think that if you'd have said to them, a couple of weeks ago that this is how the budget would land, they would absolutely take that and they would be happy with that.
And also, again, people saying, oh, well, the budget is going to lead to price rises. Well, no, that's not how markets work. That's not how competitive markets work. The price point with which any competitor within a market can sell goods at is the intersection of the supply and demand curve. Neither of those have changed because of Rachel Reeves's tax regime. In fact, there's now more demand because and there's more demand and more supply because the new demand is the new money that's going is going into an increased supply of goods and services by investment. Like the idea that slight tax rise is going to change how the price of goods and services is just not true, because again, the supply demand hasn't changed. The important thing, of course, is that there is a slight inflationary bump recently. This is because energy prices have gone up.
They say that businesses understand that they had to make really tough decisions and that this was a way of making decisions that could affect people, the sort of work.
No, they didn't. They could have raised corporation or capital gains. Corporation would have been an interesting one. I don't know how they would have reacted to that. Probably not well. But you could have brought up capital gains. Easy to do. Raise it up a few points. 3 or 4, I think, would have been needed. No, hang on. So it would have been 8 on the lower end and 6 on the higher end. So, yeah, 24. Bringing it up to the same level as income tax. That would have been good. They do, yeah. Doesn't make sense to me, really. You don't need to ask those questions. The answers are plenty C.
People, which are the people that they most wanted to protect the least, and they are pretty punchy, I think, about the fact that there are going to be no U-turns and that they really have done as much as they possibly can to protect people's bottom lines.
So the fact that private sector activity fell to a 13-month low in November, as is quoted, and that companies are cutting back on hiring and investment, that the business community is sort of just taking that as a necessary kind of slowing at the moment?
I think that's certainly the Treasury's take on it at the moment. I'm not sure that that's necessarily shared by everybody in business. I mean, I think there was a bit of a gamble with the budget, which was that there were lots of things that were briefed out that were even worse than what happened. And I think they are kind of drawing upon the suggestion that basically people were actually pleased that it hadn't been worse. But look, there are going to be issues. It's not going to be easy to turn around growth in this country. We have seen an issue with growth now.
Just do expansionary policy. Just do expansionary policy and you'll get some growth, right? You know, I mean, increases in welfare payments, get people out spending, you know, economic stimulus. This is how we have stimulated growth in a stagnant economy since time immemorial.
Come back.
It's not difficult.
For decades, longer than a decade, with those kind of really slow sort of rates of growth. And I think that that's something that's going to take a lot of time to move. And of course, you know, Rachel Reeves has gambled on a kind of her ability to turn around growth. It's really difficult to do that quickly, particularly when they're talking about planning changes, for example, which seem to be their kind of magic bullet. And as we know, when you change planning, it can take years, if not decades, to see the fruits of those changes. So I think it's
the magic bullet is raising either corporation or capital gains or both. Tax the wealth, for crying out loud. Or if you're feeling particularly brave, rebrand council housing. Christ, that's been sitting there waiting to be done for the last 28 years.
It's going to be really tough. I think that we're going to see more negative headlines.
This is why they just need to start doing to make more expansionary policy. Again, just trying to wait for your supply side reforms just to kick into gear.
Unfortunately not, Sozzle, not yet. I am working at it. Don't you worry.
And the new planning reforms mean some building happens, right? That's not going to cut the mustard immediately when people are looking at the growth stats, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 months into your government.
I think it's going to be really difficult to actually sort of change the narrative of this for some time. But I think they're banking on the fact that they've got 5 years, and they hope that by the end of their kind of 5-year period, we will see some sort of uptick.
I mean, talking of negative headlines, the one in the FT today says British companies face a stealth tax rise of 900 million next year and up to 2.7 billion in 2026 through higher business rates, despite Labour's manifesto promise.
Evidence, please. Show us proof. Take care of yourself. Great to have you.
Is not to increase the amount of cash raised by the levy. I mean, you know, if the FT is writing that too, and that's that.
The problem isn't growth. The problem is improving well-being. Improving well-being also happens to improve growth. Well, it does, right? Improved well-being leads to increased consumer sentiment, which of course would then be pro-growth, right? This is what people were talking about straight after the budget, saying, well, economic confidence has been knocked. Not by any actual economic indicator which shows that, you know, extra money in the system is there to be able to stimulate demand Keynesian style, but actually Keynes's animal spirits of the economy, they were not in a good mood. Because Rachel Reeves said, oh, there's this big black hole in the nation's finances, tough decisions, and I was like, just give the poor people the money. Just give them the money. Like,
that's a pretty hefty blow to the Treasury from the financial community, isn't it?
Well, they've been getting it from all sides, and I think it is interesting that it's not just, you know, coming from what they would deem the kind of right-wing press.
Papers, yeah.
You know, the fact that they are getting sort of savaged from all sides, I think is, you know, testament to what a big budget it was and what the impact is being felt. I mean, what's going to be really interesting is...
Oh, for crying out loud, it wasn't that big a budget. There's been bigger budgets in the past. Take a look at Gordon Brown's record, for crying out loud. Bloody Ken Clark's. What was Darling's? I can't remember Alistair Darling's budgets, actually. That's a bit weird. Maybe they were that bad, I just blanked them. Obviously, I remember the majority of Gideon's budgets.
how the big businesses kind of vote with their feet. I mean, I think if we start seeing massive sort of flight of wealth, or certainly, you know, big businesses moving to other countries or laying off vast numbers of their workers, I think that's the kind of moment where we might see more of a kind of panic. But at the moment, I think, you know, the Treasury really do believe that they took those big decisions. I think they have been talking to the Bank of England. The Bank of England seemed to be saying to them some positive things and saying that this action was necessary in terms of turning round the economy and actually, you know, plugging some of the holes in it and not playing kind of fancy footwork and sort of smoke and mirrors with the country's finances. So, I mean, at the moment, I think that they're sort of taking the view that they're a sort of sensible parent, and as much as...
And see, it's not going to win them anything. Like, it's so tilting watching them just pretend that being the sensible parent is their way of actually being good at managing the economy. I mean, literally, it's just the central failure of the Labour right as a political force, in that they think that they can be good at governance by vibes entirely.
Oh yeah, totally Scribby, yeah. Obviously organising, getting people to join unions, educating people, telling them, reaching out through their material conditions. That's how we do this. That's how we reach people. That's what's going to work. Don't get me wrong, it's probably going to be an uphill slog. I get that. But we need to change. We need to get this country actually better for the people of the UK. Obviously, reaching out to Americans as well, that'd be a good thing. Helping them. That one seems a bit more not an uphill slog. Be like having your hands to your feet tied up and trying to climb at Everest or K2 or something, trying to change that government. I'm on Twitch. You can come over here, Flow Snake, if you're on here. Come on over. Yeah, I've not got many people over on YouTube, unfortunately. It is rather depressing. Yeah, it's just you over there. Come on over to Twitch if you want. More than welcome. I'll keep it going because I'm going to try and do shorts, or maybe little compilations, short videos from stuff that I'm going to be doing and posting it onto my channel. So come on over.
Looking sensible. It's just like the black...
Oh, it's Mad Cat over here. Mad Cat 79 Scotty I. I should be on the live list, I would assume. Just chatting. I don't go into the politics section for reasons. Yeah, totally Scribby. Yeah. Of course we've got autonomy. Yeah. Yeah, that's how we reach out to them. I'm glad I'm building community friendships here in Glasgow and up in Perth. It's good. I'm liking it. Actually being able to talk to people and educate them about this stuff is a good thing. Ah! Damn, went back to full screen. There we go.
BlackRock stuff that we'll get on at the moment, right? They think it makes them look like sensible politicians going, look how many corporate friends they've got. That is as deep as it gets. There's no plan. Like, people trying to say, well, they are cozying up to BlackRock to sell farmland off. And I'm like, no, they just want to look sensible, which means cozying up to rich people. And that is the Labour right philosophy in a nutshell. Just entirely cozy up to people that make you look quote-unquote sensible. And that's how they design policy as well, through the vibes of how sensible it is, rather than the actual material reality. Can't believe Labour are taking money away from older people. Like, it's crazy that they announced that like a month, 2 months before winter was going to start. At least wait until like February, March time, and then all you do is you're cutting it for later on in the year, like 10 months away, rather than immediately as soon as you get into government. You got, oh look, this is how many old people froze, right? Like, the right-wing press will immediately, as soon as February and March is over, they will immediately be on the blower to some statisticians saying, can you find out for me what the excess mortality rate was due to cold amongst old people over this last winter period, and how much of that can be attributed to the means test of the winter fuel payment? And the media will find that stat, and they'll have a field day, and Rachel Reeves will be the great granny killer. That's what will happen. She will be known as the great granny killer forever, because the right-wing press have found those stats and they'll broadcast it to the nation, right? And of course she will be the granny killer, because she will kill grannies. And this is what the
come back.
their own internal impact assessment in the DWP said. Like, they did an impact assessment and it said that 6 figures, at least 100,000 more pensioners will be suffering fuel poverty come the winter, and a non-zero number of those people will actually die. And it'll be Rachel Reeves' fault. She will be the great granny killer, and those stats will become available, and she will never live it down. You have kid starver and granny killer. They will be the two people. And as James Schneider put it, because they haven't got any actual other policies to improve the lives of people in Britain, they will be the most hated people in Britain. The most hated people in Britain will be Keir Starmer, Kid Starver, and Rachel Reeves, the granny killer.
Some information. This is just out of the benefits section. So for welfare, the welfare section of the entire budget for the country, the entire spending for the country, essentially. Out of the benefit section, the winter fuel payment, the winter fuel allowance was 1%. They could have it is nothing, absolutely piss all. She didn't need to do that. She didn't, not at all. Yeah, totally. Sir Kid Starver and Rachel Reeves, granny killer. Why would you want to be that ghoulish and publish those numbers? If people want to find out the excess deaths, they can do. You don't need to broadcast it to the entire nation. That's something psychopaths do. I'm sure some of them actually relish in it because they're that detestable.
The children want their sugar rush. They're kind of being...
Well, the thing is, though, Set the Charlotte, they won't get rid of Rachel Reeves. Rachel Reeves is their, she's their goose that laid the golden egg, as far as they're concerned. Somebody who pretended to be an economist at the Bank of England, apparently. We'll find that out in a second. But they believe Rachel Reeves is the centerpiece of their new economics project. If you listen to her Mays lecture and the shit that she was saying about Janet Yellen and Bidenomics and shit like that, right? They genuinely believe that Rachel Reeves is their golden ticket to financial competence, and there's no one else. Who else in the Keir Starmer project, in the Labour Together sphere, is fit to be the Chancellor of the Exchequer? Who is it going to be? There's nobody else. They're just going to have to stick with Rachel Reeves being universally hated by the country for the next 5 years.
Being the ones that are trying to be prudent and trying to be a bit more responsible.
Yeah, delayed gratification, as my dad tried to teach me my whole life growing up. Exactly. The other challenge for the Chancellor today is that she's been accused of lying on her own CV. She said she was an economist at Halifax Bank of Scotland when it seems she'd actually been running a customer relations department there. She said that she spent a decade at the Bank of England when apparently it was closer to 6 years. Is this a big political deal? Does it damage her credibility, and what happens next with that?
I think that it's a fun story, and clearly we've seen lots of the kind of tabloidy sort of stories about this, suggestion.
The hell?
Rachel Reeves is such a good economist that she got her ass handed to her by a 5-head Britbonger political analyst who simply repeated her own words to her and asked if she agreed. It is true, right? Rachel Reeves, that's a good one, yeah. It is funny to me that, the grand leader of the ideological social democratic project that she claims that she's going to do but isn't actually doing, can so easily bested by a fucking idiot with a web.
Damn it.
Webcam on fucking YouTube.
The
He's calling
hell
her
have I
up and
done?
saying, "You said this before. Do you agree with?" No, and then her looking like a fucking idiot.
Huh.
It's just so funny to me, you know.
That's quite funny.
That Chancellor is not honest about her own work experience is obviously slightly embarrassing. But do I think it matters really when we get down to brass tacks? No, I
can't
don't.
hear
I
this.
mean, I think, I think there's no disputing
Can you
that
see the
Rachel has
video?
got a financial background. There's no disputing that she's an intelligent woman. There's no disputing that she does have a lot of credentials that make her, well suited to the role that she has. I'm not sure that the kind of level of scrutiny that we see her CV being given would be given to other men in her particular role. And I think that a lot is being made of this when actually I think we should focus on, whether or not she's at.
I mean, I think there probably is some misogyny there, but I think it's more that she is a chancellor for the red team. Like, the reason why she's getting scrutiny is because they will always scrutinise
Right,
Labour.
let's see if this works.
But never scrutinise the Conservatives. And, of course, it's good that they scrutinise Labour, and I'm glad that they do.
Damn. Huh. The hell have I done to that? They're working.
That they do that. The Labour Party currently sucks, right? But the problem, of course, is that they should be also be doing scrutiny of the Conservative Party. Like, where is the scrutiny of George Osborne or Philip Hammond or of Rishi Sunak or of Nadeem Sahawi or of Kwasi Kwarteng or of Jeremy Hunt? Despite the fact that all these people are fucking morons who don't know the shit about running an economy, who have been terrible at running the economy ever since 2010. Like, the fact that nobody at any point had any criticism of George Osborne doing fiscal contraction during a liquidity trap, the dumbest policy possible. Like the dumbest policy possible that they could have done. Go, we're in a recession, let's take money out of the economy. Let's increase taxes on consumption by raising VAT during a fucking liquidity trap, whilst also trying to reduce the deficit. Like, just the dumbest possible economic policy, just like stratospherically stupid. No questioning of this, no questioning at all at the same time whilst taking money away from the disabled. Whereas with Labour, they'll grab some like angry business owner who's got £2 million of profit, or some angry farmer with 4,000 acres worth of farmland that they're worth tens of millions of pounds, right? They'll get them on the radio or on the TV to yell at Labour MPs or Labour ministers as if they're somehow like the face of righteous anger of the public. Yet at no point from 2010 to 2016 did they ever get a disabled person who might be fucking socially murdered by George Osborne's barbaric welfare reforms to say, you're killing these people. They just had one person at one point in the 2017 election, which was after George Osborne had gone. There was never the same scrutiny, and it's stupid, right? Because there should be scrutiny of both parties. I'm glad they're scrutinising Labour. I'm glad they're doing it. Like, it's so tilting to me. I mentioned this on Twitter earlier. It's so tilting to me that the left broadly have been consistent in our overall critique of welfare cuts and of anti-universalism and of means testing. We've continually been the opposition to this since 2010. Since George Osborne became Chancellor of the Exchequer, we have stood there and critique it when nobody else would. And now Rachel Reeves is doing what George Osborne was doing in cutting welfare payments and means testing them, trying to make them more targeted. They're doing this with potentially with the capped bus fares as well. We're doing more targeted support for bus fares, and the left are making the same critiques that we were making in 2010, and now the press are going, oh, look at Rachel freeze, and oh, look at all of the pensioners that are going to be freezing come the winter. And I was just like, great, you have now joined where we were in 2010, except instead about disabled people whose voices don't matter in electoral politics, it's now to old people whose vote matters a lot. It shows you where our press will actually care about the people of this country. Because they didn't fucking care about the disabled, they didn't care about the poor, they didn't care about the unemployed, they didn't care about people who are at the sharp end of George Osborne's austerity. No, they couldn't give a shit whilst these people were being socially murdered by George Osborne. Couldn't give a shit. Yeah, Rachel Reeves takes one singular payment away from some old people. Again, she shouldn't be doing this. It's bad. It will freeze pensioners. People will die. Excess deaths will happen because of this policy. It is a bad policy. They shouldn't be doing it. But it's the one policy, one means test, one welfare cut, and immediately the press have a fucking field day as if she'd done anything that George Osborne had done at any point throughout the entirety of 2010 to 2016. Didn't matter whether it was EMA, whether it was their work capability assessments, whether it was ATOS miracles, whether it was the benefit sanctions, whether it was anything they took away from disabled people throughout the entirety of that period. Again, 330,000 excess deaths, may I remind people, is the result of George Osborne being Chancellor of the Exchequer. 330,000 excess deaths. That is social murder on a scale that is even higher than the number of people that died in Idi Amin's purges. That is how many people died because of the policies that George Osborne put into government. They're terrible policies. Did it face any critique from our fucking servile and muted press? Did it fuck? Did they critique Jeremy Hunt when he was Health Secretary and his fight with the junior doctors? They didn't do it at all. Did they critique the Lansley reforms? No, they didn't fucking do that. Did they at any point mention that health spending as a percentage of GDP dropped every year from 2010 to 2019? No. They'll say, oh, it all started with the pandemic. No.
We started long before that, so that's utter bollocks.
Money was being cut before then. There was never any critique of it whatsoever. Oh, the Red Team are in government. Time to do all of the critiquing that we should have done of George Osborne 14 years fucking late. And who is the only people, who is the only sector of society, who is the only political ideology, the only political grouping in this country that has been consistent in our opposition to all of these cuts? It is the fucking left. Every single right-winger who's watching this going, isn't it a shame that Rachel Reeves is taking money away from old people? I'm like, yeah, where the fuck were you? Where the fuck were you when disabled people were being killed by the Conservative government? You were fucking nowhere. You were sitting there on your...
Fucking neoliberalism.
You were sitting there...
Hello.
On your 0% interest rates, on your easy mortgage approved by the... when the base rate was low, when mortgages were getting approved left, right and centre, it was very easy to get on the housing ladder in 2010, and your house price skyrocketed due to the fact...
My mum was still working at that point. That was a few years before she retired, and she was doing a night shift. as a midwife, and she said to me about a few days after the budget, does he not realise that there's many different types of shift pattern in this country, especially in the NHS? No, he doesn't give a fuck. He thinks, quite like most of them, I would suspect, the stupid 95 fallacy, essentially, it really should be made a fallacy, the 95 bollocks that they believe that most people go out, they leave the house between 7 and half 7, get to their office, do their mindless drudgery, then come back, leave their work at 5, get back at 6, have their dinner, watch EastEnders, Coronation Street, blah, 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 whatever. Maybe have a glass of wine with dinner, then go to bed. That's it. No. There's a fuck ton of different shift patterns here, you loon.
They manufactured low interest rates by doing contractory policy at the time, right? You were riding high off your cheap mortgages, weren't you? You fucking right-wing fuckers, you chuckle fucks, right? You were riding high off your cheap mortgages. You didn't fucking care in 2015 when people against it, people taken to the streets as part of the People's Assembly.
That sounds bloody tiring, Scribby. Gatwick. Third busiest? Fourth busiest? Fourth busiest in the country? If I remember correctly, I think. Obviously, Heathrow's mad. I haven't met anyone that's worked at Heathrow, but I have met people who have worked at Midlands, Manchester, Liverpool, Birmingham, that'd be Edinburgh, Glasgow, Prestwick, Aberdeen. Is it? Bloody hell, I didn't know that. Thank you, Scribby. You have educated me today. Well done. Single runway. Holy fuck. Did it get busy? I would assume it would get busy. I don't think it doesn't do long haul, does it? It's short haul. Up to about 5 or 6 hours, I would think. Prestwick's our short haul one. That's basically Europe and North Africa it goes to. Anything longer than that, Glasgow or Edinburgh or up to Aberdeen. Obviously Heathrow's the busiest. Third busiest in the world, I think, maybe second. I think Singapore's the busiest airport in the world. Yeah. Pretty sure most of them have said that at one point. 41 million passengers essentially last year. Holy fuck. That's busy. What's Glasgow? Glasgow's about 12 million a year.
Opposing the cuts.
Ooh, bits.
They were rubbing one out to Benefit Street.
That caused so much misery in this country. You weren't there to be seen. You weren't there at all. Both liberals and conservatives alike, who voted for David Cameron and George Osborne because their mortgage rates didn't go up and they were sensible centrists, right? Despite the fact they killed loads of people.
Yeah.
And now, come 2024, Rachel Reeves does 1/10 of what George Osborne did with the winter fuel payment, again, which is bad. And these people, they're throwing a fucking hissy fit. All the toys immediately thrown out of the pram. No, it doesn't fucking wash. It will not fucking wash at all. Not for one moment will it wash for me with people who vote for David Cameron twice. No, fuck off. You know, you got what you wanted. Simple as that.
Was it? Nice one, Monkey Sputum. Nice one.
Maybe do some fucking introspection. Maybe do one tiny little moment of introspection to realise that this is exactly what we were telling you when David Cameron was Prime Minister.
Yes, send all the money to Helena.
Will they do any
all
introspection?
The money.
Of course they fucking won't.
And send money to Kev as well if you can. Yeah, but send all the money to Helena. She is amazing. Only 5 million? Huh. I thought Newcastle would have been busier than that.
Actually any good at her job. And actually that's the question that you're asking me really at the top of the programme is the budget unravelling and is this going to damage the country's finances? And I think the jury's out on that one.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Farmers' protests, obviously lots and lots of headlines this week about inheritance tax. Has it caused anyone in the government to think again about this policy?
Again, the conversations that I have with the Treasury are extremely bullish on these subjects. They genuinely believe that they...
Thank you for the recommendation, Mithril. I'll check it out.
They looked at the figures correctly, that the policy is not going to affect the numbers that the NFU, for example, are saying, that they think that this is a bit of a storm in a teacup. I mean, I think that's quite difficult to argue when, you know, these are people that are responsible for putting food on our tables. But at the same time, I think that there's no potential really that they want to get involved in any kind of suggestion of a U-turn. But also, I mean, I think optically, again, they would point to the fact that, you know, having a load of farmers on the
Trust me, lots of things are better than the subway. Trust me on that. It doesn't serve the main populations. It serves two of the main population centres, or it doesn't concentrate on the highest census population area in Glasgow, which is the north. It doesn't come up here. It goes out to the west, parts of the south, and nothing to the east, and nothing to the north. So it's basically for the south and the west, and the city centre, obviously. Holy fuck, 79 million a year. Yeah, because they don't maintain it that well. They really need to. They do. It is quick. I'll give them that. It is quick.
television or on the streets of London complaining about not being able to pass on their £3 million farms to their loved ones with the same exemptions that everybody else faces, like, for example, you know, the 7-year rule and all of those things, which are what everybody else has. I think that they would look at that and think that that's something that most of the population would look at and think, well, if only the chances would be that I would have a fortune of that level, then I wouldn't be moaning about it in quite the same way.
Correct,
so I
yes,
think,
it does.
again, you know, they're looking at the kind of the debate and looking at the sides that they are picking. And again, I think coming down on the sides of what they deem as fairly wealthy farmers. And I do understand, before everybody gets in touch, that there are, you know, significant, you know, questions around this in terms of the yield of these farms and also the costs of some of the farming machinery, etc., etc. But I think
but the cost of the farming machinery comes under business property relief. They also get extra tax relief on inheritance tax because of it being business property.
Helena, thank you. I've been racking my brain what that was called. Business property relief. Thank you. I needed that one.
Agricultural property relief is just on the farmland. They get business property relief on anything that they own that's used for business purposes, such as, I know...
Correct, Scribby. Correct. The man is a total tool. Piss off, Clarks. Go away. He's actually admitted it, hasn't he? He's using that as a tax dodge when he bought that farm. Oh, fucking hell. What a bloody idiot. I can't believe I used to watch Top Gear. Yeah.
Tractors and combine harvesters and shit like that.
particularly, that is not a debate that the government particularly want to or want to engage with.
Okay. Gordon Brown this week has said that he's against proposals to legalise assisted...
God, yeah. So you'd come into there, then you'd come up here. And you'd still have to... Did you walk? Or did you wait for a bus once you got off the train? I hate those stairs. Oh, Christ, I fucking hate them. Oh, I suspected so, obviously. He's not allowed back up here, for obvious reasons. Destroying our countryside. Come on back, Jeremy, see what happens.
dying. We only just have one...
Did you walk it?
That, sorry. McSweeney simply calculated that votes of dead OAPs were a price worth paying. I mean, that's basically it, right? I mean, there was the bit where Alex Burkhardt at PMQ said these are punishments meted out for people who don't vote Labour. And I was just like, he's also just kind of like, I don't think that they're specific things. Just like, well, we can afford to get away with this because it's not a sort of demographic that's ever going to vote for us. And I'm like, well, you know, welcome to politics.
Oh, God, I completely forgot about that. Yeah.
The red team and the blue team believe in the same thing. It's how they do them, which is what makes.
Wankery, decking, wanker B. Christ, I wonder how we would take it now. On my stream last night, I aired that debate he had with I'm not going to pronounce her second name, sorry. Amala, Luke Beasley, Emma Vigeland, and Deborah Lee. God, he was horrible, Emma. If I could have punched Piers Morgan in Minecraft. Does he still come back over here, do we think? I'm not entirely sure if he does. Did he move his family lock, stock and barrel? I feel for the kids being over in America, I do. Getting uprooted like that after they lived in... His house did look kind of nice. There's one in London. No problem, Fosnick.
Some different. Well, exactly, oral meat, yeah.
Ah! Well, he always is. He was brought up nice. He was brought up proper. Sean Connery is a proper gentleman. Still surprised me when he took his knighthood, though. I thought he wouldn't do that since he's always campaigned for independence. Up to him, I guess, obviously. Christ, they're molting everywhere.
Now, I wasn't going to cover this again, because it's not particularly interesting, but Giles Corran, the king of the Nepo babies, decided he had some opinions on this, so unfortunately we're going to have to revisit this,
Oh, Christ,
Now,
it's been years since I've seen
here
Giles
in
Corran.
chat has seen the new Jaguar advert? Well, it's not really an advert, it's a branding exercise. They're going through a reboot.
I have.
I don't know if anyone else has seen this, but it's quite something. Let's have a watch.
I do like the colours. Mind you, I always like bright colours, as you can tell.
Now, objectively speaking, this is shit. Let's be 100% real, this advert is shit, right? So, a lot of people are getting mad about this as being woke, because it's got people of different ethnicities, and it's got colours on it, and it's kind of going for this high fashion type look towards it, but I feel like it must be some kind of parody, because even for the kind of world where this would have been relevant for, like 2 years ago, this campaign apparently started in 2023 when Jaguar took their advertising in-house, their marketing team became in-house. And so, like, even if you were trying to market it towards kind of high fashion types, this would also be shit. It's basic in terms. Oh, sorry, I'm going to start that again. Even the kind of people you'd think that this would be pandering towards would look at this and see that it's just incredibly derivative. The palette is not even nice to look at, even from an objective perspective. The new typeface for the logo doesn't make sense. It's got a capital G and then lowercase letters elsewhere. It's a real mess. It's a real mess. And a lot of people are mad specifically because Jaguar as a car make has had a very specific market that it has always marketed to, right? It's always been towards this kind of James Bond style sleek metal man in like the suit and tie, that kind of aesthetic. They've always kind of marketed towards them, and their car range has been marketed towards the kind of mid-range in terms of people's expenditure. So they try to compete, including with like the Jaguar X-Type when that was released a couple of decades ago, to be the kind of mid-range.
That is very unlike Ronnie Corbett Scotch, by the way. That is very unlike a Scotsman. That's odd. We're usually quite good people, quite nice. Don't get me wrong, if you annoy us or say something daft about us or say something daft about Scotland, we kind of get a bit loud and say you're talking bollocks. Shut up, you numpty, kind of thing. I didn't know that about him. Very un-Scottish-like.
Slightly upmarket, but not particularly upmarket, like 5-door saloon car for the discerning businessman who can afford to be able to buy it, so competing alongside Mercedes and BMW and Audi and things like that. That is obviously not who this kind of advert is going to appeal to. This is not the kind of advert that this brand image can be associated with, and it's a clear departure from this. And these are the kind of people who are getting angry about this. The main line that you hear is that, well, those kind of people who previously bought Jaguars, this has been, centuries old in terms of their brand identity, and this brand identity is being destroyed. The problem, of course, is that these people aren't buying Jaguars anymore. They're not. Jaguar sales have been garbage since about 2017, right?
They have been, actually.
That they previously sold to, they're not buying Jaguars anymore. They've been out-competed by BMW, Audi, Mercedes and the like, and even by a lot of other...
That's much better. I've met him. He is lovely. Shame he was a Lib Dem. But yes, he is a very good man. I liked him. Very cheerful person. Feel like me. Very cheerful. Do you know who I would have loved to have met though? Paddy Ashdown. That would have been awesome. Don't want to meet Nick Clegg. He can piss off. And Danny Alexander, there's another one I'd want to punch in the face. Ah, no, go away. Back to Helena.
From Japan and China and places like that too. So they're not actually selling many cars to these people. Like Jaguar Land Rover as a business, because they're together and then owned by Tata Motors, like they're doing okay in terms of their value, and it's all coming from Land Rover. It's all coming from Land Rover. They've been very successful at Land Rover at taking what was previously a specific market that was supposed to be there.
Because Land Rovers are good cars. Well, some might be more described actually as trucks. Some of their models are beautiful. Brilliant engine, brilliant drive, not too heavy. Brilliant for carrying stuff around. That's my little sister's dream car actually. When my mum's 4x4 was getting fixed, as a loan car while it was in the garage, they got a Land Rover. Oh my god. They are good cars. I like them. So my sister wants one because she's got 2 teenage boys. One of them now in the world of work. Dear God, I hope you do well, my man. But she wants that so she can carry around her shopping, take the dog out for long country walks and stuff like that. Her man is different. He wants an Audi or a Beamer. Good luck with that, trying to convince Chris to get another BMW.
For people who are going off-road, agricultural workers and people like that who need more rugged 4x4 vehicles, and they've taken that market and they've been very successful in expanding that to sell SUVs to people doing the school run.
Yeah, it was one of Super Hubby's former work colleagues he knew about this, and it was this man that it was a friend of mine as well. I used to drink with him. The man's brilliant. I love him so much. I miss him. Hope he's doing well. And he told me this story. Stephen had already, Super Puppy had already known this story. He'd heard it years before. And this guy told me this, and I said, "What the fuck?" Imagine attacking a former captain of the SBS. More fool you. Or hell mind you. But yeah, I don't know. Obviously, it's not plastered. There's not a big neon sign above him saying former SBS captain.
That's been a really, really good market for them to be able to sell a broader array of cars, and that's made the Jaguar Land Rover brand far more successful, given the fact that Jaguar cars specifically haven't been selling. They've not been selling. So there has been a specific desire for Jaguar to take their cars up market. Now, they want to compete with Bentley and Porsche and cars like that, except there's already a pretty saturated market there. So what I expect, this is because of their doing, what I suspect they're trying to do here is that they're trying to appeal to the luxury car market for people who are also into high fashion, I guess. This seems like a pretty small market, and they say it's going to like £100,000 plus for the cars, or this new electric vehicles brand they're apparently releasing to the public in Miami in December, I think on the 2nd, for example. I don't think there's going to be a big enough potential market of like rich fashionistas who would buy a Jaguar, especially not after this horrendous advert that isn't even good if you're trying to pander to those people. But all of the people who say, "Oh, the advert's woke, it's woke, Jaguar have gone woke, guys," saying that they're trying to appeal to people with septum piercings and dyed hair, as if anyone with septum piercing or dyed hair is A, going to be rich enough to spend £100,000 on an electric vehicle like a Jaguar, and second of all, the people who they think that this is going to appeal to by making it woke, quote unquote, they hate this too. They understand this as pandering. They think this is rainbow capitalism. That's the way the leftists would describe this kind of branding exercise. You know, it's not necessarily explicitly kind of queer-coded, but it is implicitly queer-coded, right? It's implicitly queer-coded. And so a bunch of people who think that Jaguar should be the straight man car are now looking at this going, well, this isn't for me anymore. Well, if you weren't buying it, they're going to try and look elsewhere for a market. And this is the last throw of the dice as far as Jaguar are concerned by trying to...
Straight man car, so there's no rich gay people, really? I'm sure there is. And I'm sure they would like a Jaguar. If it's still the same quality of the engine and how the cars are designed and stuff. We'll wait and see to see what cars they'll be putting into that new marketing campaign. I'll give them a break. I'll see how it goes. Then I'll decide. I do like Jaguars. They're really good cars. Sorry, I'm a semi-petrol head, kinda. One of the best stories I got was when someone stole someone's luggage, bloody hell, and the man chased and caught the thief. Good for him. Security pointed out how lucky the thief was, as the person whose luggage he stole and commented, "Nigel Benn!" Ouch, if he'd him. And the guy didn't recognise Nigel Benn. God almighty. Oh God, what weight was he again? Was he heavyweight? I'm sure he was heavyweight. Please. Nigel Benn. Middle and super middle. Right. Oh, he was 60 back in January. 87 to 96. It's a good portion of the time to be a professional boxer. Yeah, getting hit by him wouldn't have been too pleasant, I would have guessed, middleweight. Thanks, Libby.
Find a different market. That market isn't there though. They hate this too. Like, people, especially the younger, more kind of metropolitan market, they clearly want to aim as, they fucking hate this shit. They hate when corporations adopt queer aesthetics to try and sell them shit. They know that it's empty. They are irony poisoned beyond belief if you're a Zoomer growing up or if you're a millennial growing up in the current era. They hate rainbow capitalism with a passion, and they will not be buying new pink Jaguars. That's not a thing that's going to happen. So I understand why the rebrand is happening. I understand why the rebrand is happening, but it's not going to be successful. One thing they have been very successful about, though, is by making people mad. So there's also a concept called outrage marketing, a very specific concept called outrage marketing, which has been very successful over the last 10 years or so. Specifically because advertising as a medium is kind of dying. People don't watch adverts, they don't watch TV, and when they see adverts on YouTube or TikTok or on their social media adverts, they scroll past them or they skip them or they completely ignore them. The usual avenues for people to be able to target adverts at people, those have all gone. People don't pay attention to them. You don't have the captive audience you used to have when there were commercial breaks on television. So advertisers have had to get really smart at getting people to pay attention to advertising campaigns because they're really easy to skip. In a world where everyone uses adblock, and even when you don't, they're really easy to be able to avoid anyway, just by scrolling past them or swiping past them on your TikTok feed. So...
I'll slightly adjust it. No news is good news. Or all news is good news. All marketing is good marketing. Doesn't matter if it makes people rage or stuff. It's engagement. Yeah, lots of people will be talking about it. I think quite a lot of the media class are talking about it. Obviously.
What they now have to do is they have to integrate it elsewhere. One thing that you've seen as a way of integrating adverts is by getting influencer endorsements. When it's your favourite influencer that's selling you a product, you don't skip it. You don't skip it when there's an influencer selling your product because you think, oh well, I trust, Lulu on TikTok to not sell me a shit product, even though obviously, of course, it is a shit product. It's they all suck, right? And so that's a way of getting around ad blocker. You can't block a sponsored product inside a piece of media you would always be engaging with, whether it is a carve out like you see on a Tom Nicholas video for like Nebula or for Surfshark, and if it's a brand partnership with an influencer, you can't ad block that away either. But also in a world where people are irony poisoned and they can still kind of see through these brand deals with influencers. They know that the influencers are doing it for money, and they also understand influencers have to do this. They just ignore the product that's being sold at them. There is one very specific other way of getting people to engage with your product. Get people mad. Get people absolutely crazy and mad about the product. So this has been successful on many things. There's a great H-Bomber Guy video about outrage marketing. And you start off with people who were boycotted because they stopped advertising on Sean Hannity's show because of shit they said about an Alabama lawmaker being elected and being given support by Fox News. That became the talk of the town, right? Gillette did the anti-woke advert about positive masculinity. That made a bunch of people mad. That made Gillette trend on social media. We saw it with Bud Light doing a brand deal with Dylan Mulvaney. Bud Light, not a particularly important brand, but suddenly Dylan Mulvaney advertises one can. The conservative media have an absolute gigantic meltdown about Bud Light, and then it's everywhere. Everyone's talking about Bud Light. It's trending on Twitter, it's trending on...
That outrage, what happened with Bud Light, it just seemed odd to me. Just odd. Bud Light's okay. It's one of the more popular pints in the city centre. People like it. They weren't bothered by it. They were still drinking Bud Light. I like stronger lagers and stuff, and ales and Guinness. Yeah. Oh, I feel ashamed for all skin musicians, Scribby, I really do. Some of them deserve the recognition and the money.
On Facebook, it's trending on Instagram, people making TikToks and YouTube videos. I'm doing it now about Jaguar, right? The best way of getting around ad block is make people do your advertising for you.
Correct.
If people are mad about your product and making it trend on social media, it's the best advertising and you had to pay nothing for it. If people are mad about your product for any reason, you then become trending on social media. It's so weird how people on the right are looking at these rebrands, these woke rebrands, and saying, oh, they've gone socialist, they've gone communist, they've gone leftist. And I'm
no,
like,
they haven't.
No, I hate to be the communist continually having to explain capitalism to capitalists, right? You are the advert. You are being played. I don't care, right? Because I don't actually care about whether or not Jaguar sell cars or not. I'm not the one actually trying to interact with these people's products and give them increased share value. I'm just commenting on the fact that this is how you sell products to people. I'm having to explain the basics of advertising and capitalism to people who claim to be capitalists, and I'm not even a fucking capitalist, right? It's specifically a way of trying to market products to people and get people talking about it. There were hundreds of thousands of tweets has been pointed out in chat, right? Hundreds of thousands of tweets of rage, which have been rage baited by Jaguar, and just free advertising. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's free advertising they've given out. And you know who's fallen into this trap? You know who's fallen into the trap that Jaguar have created for them? Our favourite Nepo baby extraordinaire, Giles Corrin. Whose sister is Victoria Corrin Mitchell, and whose dad is Alan Corrin. Definitely the least talented of the three. It's very funny for him that he's basically only famous because his dad is. And at least Victoria Corrin Mitchell is famous otherwise because she's actually like a genuinely good poker player. She's actually an actual skill that she markets people to be able to make herself famous. What does Giles Corrin do? He even admitted today that he writes 5,000 words a week. What's like 4 hours on your MacBook in Starbucks a week, and you steal a living? Okay, yeah, sure. I guess having rich parents who send you to private school who are also very famous is a great way of being able to steal a career and do no actual work and contribute nothing to society. But outside of me attacking Giles Corrin for being a fail son,
Yes, Alan Corrin is very witty.
he has done free advertising for Jaguar. His latest article is called I Take Jaguar's Woeful Woke Rebrand Personally.
Why?
From heritage British cars to classroom lessons, there's always one demographic under attack. The middle classes. Oh, heavens no. Please, they were middle classes. But anyway, the fact that they wanted him to talk about this, and he is now talking about them, the one way of being able to show...
Hang on, I'll pause a second. I think Victoria's taken after her dad. She's also very witty. I quite like her. It was a genuine surprise to me when I found out that she'd married David Mitchell. Good for them. I hope they're happy together. Yeah, Alan Corrin, very witty, very intelligent, very eloquent. I remember listening to Give Me a Minute bloody years ago, and Alan Corrin was on it. Christ, I can't remember who else was on that panel. It was really good. Yes, yeah. I didn't know it was a MILF she won. Wow. I know she's a really good poker player. And who else? Nugget. Steve Davis. He was really good as well, apparently. Obviously a good snooker player as well.
Oh, that you had to have been personally fronted by somebody's rebrand is to do their advertising for them.
Christ's sake, Giles, what's wrong with you, man?
Question: what have the controversial new Jaguar advert and a recent book called Equity in Education, Levelling the Player Field got in common? And what can this tell us about the direction of travel in the UK's culture war? To answer it, I shall weave a clever tapestry of parallels to point up a particular mutual assumption of both corporate virtue signalling and second-rate academic cant.
What the
Although, spoiler
hell?
alert, it will all come down to the utter contempt for the values of ordinary people like you and me. No, it's worse than that. It's nothing more nor less than full-scale assault on Middle England and common decency, about which I am so furious that I just want to shout, fuck, fuck, fuck. But the Times doesn't pay me to do that, so I'll write it in the posh way, and then I'll go into a dark room and shout fuck, fuck, fuck in my own time. As you can see, his writing style is incredibly tedious, and I'm sure this is why he gets paid actual physical money, real British pound sterling, to type £5,000 5,000 words a week of this absolute dog shit. But there we go. But interesting again, just like these advertising executives are paid huge amounts of money to sell products at people. You know, if this wasn't going to make them money, why would they be doing it? Again, I have to explain to people, I have to explain to actual capitalists how capitalism works again, by saying, these things make money. If you think that corporations are doing these things sincerely, as if they sincerely want to be the face of the queer community, for example, by having Bud Light advertise with Dylan Mulvaney, rather than, A, tapping into a market that previously they never marketed towards, right? If your entire market is bristled up guys wielding Glocks for your Bud Light, or men with tweed jackets with expensive Rolexes that would usually buy Jaguars, and you've never marketed towards kind of trendy millennials, for example, that's a sector of the market who previously weren't buying your products, who might in the future. That's basic marketing. You're trying to expand your brand, just like Land Rover did by selling not just
He got a first in English and he's writing this garbage? Christ. What one of Oxford did he go to, do you know, Scribby? Oh God, I forgot about that. Thanks, Full Snake. I used to like her on Only Connect and watching her play poker, so that was quite good. She does have skills, don't get me wrong. But he got a first in English and he's writing this? What? I didn't get a first in English and I'm sure I can write better than him.
agricultural workers and farmers, but also selling to like football mums as well.
Thank you so much.
As you call them in America. This is basic marketing, right? There's a demographic that doesn't buy your stuff, so you market to them to make sure that to try and get them to buy your stuff. This is incredibly basic capitalism to these people, and if it didn't sell, they wouldn't be doing it. Welcome to the free market. There's no ideological project to assault Middle England and common decency. They just want to sell products. They want to sell things. It's all about the money. Like, Anheuser-Busch increased their share price after conservative Twitter went into meltdown and shot up cans of Bud Light because Dylan Mulvaney got one. The value of Nike as a company, the conservative boycott, because they spent time with Colin Kaepernick in one of their adverts, because he'd gone woke and they'd capitulated to the wokes, for example, Nike increased their sales by $6 billion. $6 billion! Like, there's no values of the Carphone warehouse. It's absolute pablum nonsense. Again, but you are the idiot. You are the moron. You are the idiot if you are taking multi-million pound companies or multi-million dollar companies, and if you're taking them at their word rather than understanding them as an entirely profit-driven enterprise. The basics of capitalism is that you have a fiduciary responsibility to drive shareholder value. Every single decision they make is to that singular end. There is no ideological project of capitalism. It's so dumb, and you have to be an absolute monumental moron to think that it's anything other than that. And getting personally slighted by the business decision of a multi-million pound company, if you're so invested in like a commodity fetish, that's your problem. That's your problem if you're so invested in the brand values of Jaguar, this faceless corporation there to sell you things. Like, I'm sorry, then you're an idiot. You're like vegetable like IQ. You are a prize moron if you think that these people care anything more than about whether or not the share price go up. And it probably will do now that people like you have given them free advertising, Giles. And you seem to care about it. I don't care. I can give a shit. I'm a communist. I don't want capitalism to exist. But you clearly aren't. You clearly do like capitalism, and you're getting mad at the results. You'll have seen the Jaguar advert. It's the one where a load of angry, half-starved non-binaries plus a fat one on their way to a pride rally dressed as Boney M arrive on Mars in a passenger lift and start redecorating. With them is a ponytailed Japanese man wearing a rubber ring around a girl's gym vest, an albino they-them with an Ivan Drago flat top, wielding a sledgehammer, and a wrinkled old crackhead with bobbed hair, weaving a paintbrush around, all in the sort of unwearable couture that has seen sales of Vogue magazine, which loved the ad by the way, plunge into single figures. Yes! Well done. It was pandering. Welcome to capitalism. Welcome to advertising as a concept. Like, I said already at the start of the segment that it's terrible even for the people it's supposed to be marketed towards. Like, people were looking at it like it's so like artless and failure. It's so artless and meaningless and so kind of derivative that everyone would look at this and think that this was shit outside of people who already like derivative things. But again, the fact that you just see people who you think are non-binary or whatever, not that there were any pronouns to look at there, but someone who looks outside of what you perceive to be the acceptable face of, again, a brand there to sell products at you, then I don't know what to tell you other than maybe get some real problems. Like, there is a gigantic amount of irony in Jaguar marketing themselves with the phrase copy nothing. That was the big thing, right? Is that the original maker of Jaguar said that a Jaguar should be a copy of nothing, and then taking this phrase and then creating the most derivative, bland, high fashion nonsense that's been done to death 1,000 times, right? Like, everyone hates high fashion from every sector of society outside of people who like high fashion, but people who like high fashion have a lot of money and might buy £100,000 electric vehicle Jaguars. Whatever, that's a business decision that they've made. But the fact you're taking this personally means that you're a fucking idiot. As this horror unfolds, you hear robotic music and a succession of phrases dragged from the 1980s Saatchi and Saatchi pitch, such as create exuberance, delete ordinary, break molds, and copy nothing. There is no car. It is so grim, depressing, and derivative that the world's most famous Jaguar driver, John Prescott, literally died the next day rather than live in a world that contained such ugliness. Or perhaps Jaguar finished him off because we identify with a plump, white, heterosexual working man who had aspirations to the finer things in life is now intolerable to them. Again, he seems to think that there was a project to...
Send him my way. If you can. No pressure, of course. No political nows, that's kind of scary. I can understand for like under 18s and stuff. But anyone that's over the age of 21 who's voted at least 2 or 3 times now, that is kind of worrying. If he votes, of course. Ooh. Yeah, that is a bit worrying. I hope you can save him. I do. Going down that rabbit hole is just go. I've went down. I've looked. I've not went down that rabbit hole. Obviously, I've looked into it. I've looked down it to see what kind of stuff was happening. A good way to do that: go onto Kev's YouTube channel and just find his Descent of Manosphere. Christ, there's loads of videos in there about lots of different people. Who's the main one? I asked Kev who the main British one that we would need to know about, and he directed me to the Britisher. What kind of bloody name is that? Obviously, you've also got Sargon and Thunderfoot. Who else? Oh god, this Scottish guy, I've blanked him because he's not representative of us at all. Fuck, I can't remember the cunt. I can't remember who he is. He's in that playlist somewhere.
To make sure that people who look like John Prescott wouldn't buy Jaguars anymore, rather than market to people who don't look like him because they previously weren't buying the product. Like, again, learn how marketing works, learn how capitalism works. Although it is funny that John Prescott did indeed die the day afterwards. It'll be why they got rid of me. I was a brand ambassador for them, you know.
No, it's someone else. It's not Count Dankula. He popped up onto my homepage on YouTube for some fucking reason.
To get, like, free money just pretending to like a...
He's not representative of us either, by the way. Well, not the vast majority of us, at least. There's probably certain sections of Scottish society that follow Count Dankula. I don't know why. The man is an absolute waste. Well, obviously, these people are all across the world, all across the UK, things like that. So these people exist, and being able to spot them when you're listening to them, always a good thing.
Car brand for money. Of course, right? Of course, his personal slight about Jaguar is that at one point they gave him free money to pretend to like their cars. Oh my god, that's... You can't make it up. You literally couldn't make it up. Again, a guy with no talent, a guy with no discernible skills, who is only famous because his dad is, getting paid free money to be a brand ambassador for Jaguar, and then getting mad when they rebrand. Oh my god, the soul is so real! Oh, it's so funny to me.
Is it that? Oh,
free new car every year, insurance and maintenance taken care of, tickets to the Jag box Wimbledon, all that. Until they dropped me, along with a number of others, to go in a different direction, which we now can see was as far away as possible from a middle-class white guy with a job and a family who can bloody well buy his own Jag. Or at least you're bragging about the fact that you get paid enough to buy a Jaguar. For 5,000 words a week, remember? 5,000 words a week. And literally, he's just mad because they dropped him as a brand advertiser, again, to get free money because his dad was famous, because his dad's name is blue on Wikipedia, and this is why he's mad. Oh my god, I'm so glad. Oh my god, I'm so glad I didn't read the article and wait until stream to react to it. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Oh my god.
You're right there, Lena.
Oh. I can taste it. I can just taste the cope. It's so funny. Oh, absolutely, he's definitely one for Tesco Gulag. Yeah, absolutely. Which is exactly what I did, choosing an electric model, which is all Jaguar will make from 2026. And my woes with that vehicle have well been recorded here. Stolen twice because of its crap security, twice abandoned by the robbers when they realised what a dustbin it was, finally conked out altogether. Okay, well, you can criticise the product for being bad. That's fine, you know, that's capitalism. Now you can go buy a better product. Welcome to competition within a market economy. Again, something that I, a communist, having to explain to you, a capitalist. And Jaguar's answer to the crapness of a car they can no longer persuade middle-aged, middle-class, professionally family men to buy, improve the car, persuade the men, or wait trying to sell it instead to anorexic teenage intersex manga fans of colour because they might just be stupid enough to fall for it. I mean, welcome to capitalism.
Dear God. Giles, why the fuck did you write that? Ugh. If they have the money for it and want to buy it, that's not up to you to dictate, you bloody bellend.
You have to market things to people who don't buy your stuff, right? You can't get people who already own a Jaguar to buy a second one unless their car breaks down. No, you need new people to buy new cars, and so you market at new demographics. Again, it's interesting as well that the original claim is that this is being deliberately done to slight people who look and sound like him, people from Middle England, right? Of course, we know that's not true, they're just doing it for marketing reasons. But it's very interesting that his claim there that he's being slighted by their rebrand, and then he uses that as an excuse, essentially just to say how much he hates people who aren't like him. You know, he could very well say, well, people from the queer community, that's who they're marketing at. I'm not one of them. I guess I'm not buying a Jaguar. The words that he speaks about the people he perceives this to be marketed towards, again, I reiterate, who will not be buying this because they hate rainbow capitalism. The contempt, like the visceral contempt with which that he writes about them here, just shows you that he's actually not mad at Jaguar as a company. He's actually not mad at Jaguar's rebrand. He's mad at the people who he doesn't like. The people who he doesn't look like. He's mad at the outgroup that he perceives that they are pandering to instead of him. Otherwise, you wouldn't be calling them anorexic teenage intersex manga fans of colour. Like, I'm sorry, you can acknowledge that this demographic is maybe too small, maybe they're out of touch, maybe that they are indeed alienating their existing consumer base and that's going to be bad for them in the long run. You can make those arguments. I think that's true. I think they will fail with this rebrand. I don't think they're going to be marketing towards a large enough group of people who will be able to buy their stuff, broadly because, again, queer people hate this shit. They really hate it. They really, really, really hate being pandered towards. But the fact that your personal slight has now just become this kind of dripping, this awful kind of denigration of anybody who doesn't look like you that might be pandered to, just shows you how much of like just a vile twat Giles Corrin really is at the end of the day. Except the ad's not for them, is it? Like most adverts now, this is a story of rich white heterosexuals selling stuff to other rich white heterosexuals, using images of multi-ethnic, pansexual, differently abled humans in order to appear progressive without actually doing or changing anything. So that at my local cinema, for example, a house full of elderly Jews spends 15 minutes before the new Woody Allen movie watching young black gay couples with rainbow offspring eating breakfast cereal for reasons nobody can explain. Except the person who was head of their marketing department, Riccardo Santi-Pietri, I forget what his name is now. It's like Riccardo Santi-Pietro. I forget what his name is. Something like that. It's really fucking racist to me just to not get this Latino's name correct. Whatever. But it's I genuinely feel like they want to try and market it towards people who are from the kind of weird Zoolander type universe that this advert exists in.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a reasonable criticism. We finally got, halfway through the article for reasonable criticism. But yeah, of course they aren't actually doing anything that's progressive at all, Again, it is pandering. It is rainbow capitalism. It is completely nonsensical and nobody's going to buy it, right? This is a reasonable... He's actually got a reasonable criticism.
Back in a minute.
There are no families like that. The ad stands for nothing. They just make the most people feel alienated and marginalised and confused. They are born of a contempt for the middle of society, which is conceived at the top, with the imagined complicity of the bottom. It's pure Kamala Harris? What? What does Kamala Harris have to do with this? It's the sort of thing that got Trump elected.
Professional conversationalist? What the hell is that when it's at home? Christ almighty. Correct, yeah, we'll never know what he's truly talking about or meaning. Yeah. If this is the kind of garbage he's coming out with, I don't know why. What was this? Oh, it's the Times. And the Times are paying for this nonsense? Odd.
Elected, a small number of ivory tower wokeists alienating the middle class and pushing nice people further to the right. It's happening to me even as I write this column. What? What the hell is he smoking? Again, this is just like Mark Collar getting mad at an oven chip advert because it had like gay people in it. It's the same as people getting mad at the Boots advert for having Adjoa Ando in it. Or is it a John Lewis advert? I forget.
Oh, Doc Gobbler, lovely. Stay in your lane, Giles. Well said, Doc Gobbler.
The Christmas advert that had Adjoa Ando in it. Just getting mad there was a black woman. Like,
I've no idea. I've tried to figure this out as well.
Right. Pull this back, Giles. Giles. Come here. Come close. Come close, Giles. Come close. No, come a little bit closer, okay? Maybe capitalism is the problem, friend. Maybe that there's empty pandering throughout these adverts because no capitalist company cares about anything other than profits. No capitalist ever has cared about anything other than their fiduciary responsibility to generate value for shareholders. There is no message. There's no woke. There is only money. There is only the financial interests of capitalists. The people who they hire to do advertising for them are judged by whether or not the line goes up.
Ah!
The fact that you think that they are trying to be explicitly contemptful for middle of society, the fact you think they're trying to be contemptful of the middle of society deliberately, rather than just trying to make money, again, belies how much of a rube capitalists really are, that they think that there's a moral precept behind decisions they make in pursuit of profit. As if Trump was elected because Jaguar changed their mark, and not indeed because inflation massively hit people's pockets. Again, yet another rich Nepo baby journalist going, I think it was the wokes that cost Kamala Harris the election. No, it's the fucking economy, stupid. It's because people couldn't afford to put food on the table. Inflation massively hit into the purchasing power of American consumers. That's it. Case closed, Columbo. The biggest concern people showed in exit polls about the election was the economy. It wasn't about woke Jaguars. It wasn't about woke Star Wars. It wasn't about the fact that there's now a woman as the main character in Grand Theft Auto. This is about the economy. There is no inflation, only wokeism. And again, the only way that you think this is as if you were completely unaffected by the cost of living crisis. The only way that you can possibly conceive that wokeness was what won Trump the election is if you've never had to worry about whether you pay a bill or not. Is if the price of petrol doesn't actually impact whether or not your daily life changes at all. Again, because this man gets paid money hand over fist to write 5,000 words a week, on top of the fact that he got a free fucking Jaguar. Again, purely because he's Alan Corrin's son. That's it. Meanwhile, over at The Guardian, now in its death throes, thank God, but still farting evil gases like the corpse of a beached sea monster, Lee Elliott Major, the UK's first professor of social mobility, gets a big round of applause for declaring that education in Britain is too, guess what, middle class. And a solution? A Jaguar-style rebranding of the system. Let's see where this goes. In recent years, he writes in the book I named at the top, GCSE papers have tested candidates' ability with questions about trips to the theatre and skiing holidays. Except no, they haven't. My house is full of exam papers. It's all Diego and Eugene have to bake 48 samosas for LGBTQ week. I can't claim any knowledge of either of these things, so I'll take both of these people as read. As somebody who's never done an exam paper in the last, 20 years. But also, things probably are too middle class. Things probably should be more geared towards trying to make us realise that the people who keep society going aren't people typing on MacBooks like Giles Corrin does in Starbucks, but actually people who do the real work, like nurses and shop assistants and labourers and builders and carpenters and plumbers and people who work in call centres and care workers. Like, maybe we should actually be looking at working class, blue collar and pink collar people, and not indeed incredibly pandered to, cosseted, disgusting middle class, upper middle class wankers like Giles Corrin. Like, maybe we shouldn't be trying to tailor our society for wealthy professionals.
Oh, don't worry about
And if there
that.
were questions relating to the theatre that might alienate working class kids, wouldn't it be the solution to take those kids to the theatre rather than strike?
According to a couple of my classmates, I was an annoying little know-it-all at school. My mum, my poor mum, she can't spell to save herself. But I don't hold that against her, of course. She was horribly, well, not brutalised, but horribly picked on by her teachers because she's left-handed. I was left-handed until I got to school, and my primary one teacher took the ruler to me, saying that's the devil's hand, don't write with that, write with your right. And ever since then, when I started, it took me for the rest of the year before I told my mum. Oh, don't worry about it. So yeah, ruler to the hand when I was 5 years old. So from that point onwards, it was just before we broke up for summer holiday. I don't hold that against anyone's gravy, honestly. You can get it from context. You don't need to spell properly because, as I keep on saying to everyone, English is a garbage language and you can't try to teach that to other people who've got a different first language. Dear God, I pity the poor people who have to teach English as a second language. It is an unforgiving language at times. I swear to God. So no, I don't hold anyone's spelling against them at all. Obviously, Giles can't spell. He just writes utter garbage with what words he uses. Would I like to look into his mind to see how it operates? Not entirely sure if that'd be healthy, really.
The word from the lexicon, Soviet style? No, because for Professor Major, levelling the playing field means, as it meant to Marxists for 150 years, smashing everything down for everyone and then not building anything in its place. Mate, the Soviet Union was a country of peasant farmers that 30 years later was taken into space. What are you talking about? They smashed down the Tsarist Empire and created an industrial superpower.
You need educated people to do that.
The Chetniks in Yugoslavia and created one of the only existing models of market socialism that created an incredibly high standard of living compared to all of the other socialist countries. How have Marxists not built anything in its place? What are you talking about?
There we go, talking utter nonsense. Giles, you moron.
Are the Marxist Society smashers in the room with us right now? Well, again, it's just like those people who say, oh, well, the Maoists, they took everything away from my family, and it turns out by everything they mean all of their slaves and all of their, ill-gotten land. Come on, what? But you can criticise the projects that came out of socialism. I do all the time. As a democratic socialist, I'm very critical of Stalinism and Maoism, right? But to say they built nothing is just nonsense.
They empowered women.
It's middle-class people getting fucking mad. It's middle-class people having a temper tantrum that society hasn't entirely been geared towards them.
Yeah, Giles is basically throwing the toys out the pram, like a petulant little child, essentially. Grow up, man, for crying out loud. What age is he? Oh, he's 55. He's 10 years older than me. Giles robbing Patrick Corrin, dear You didn't need to give a person all those names. Oh, is there only the two of them? Huh. Right, 10 years older than me. You're in your 50s, man. Come on. If you didn't want to buy a Jaguar, didn't buy a Jaguar. Buy a BMW. Buy a Chrysler if you fucking want. Or an Audi.
It's middle class people, upper middle class people. It's upper middle class people having a temper tantrum because finally society isn't entirely being geared specifically towards their interests like it has been since 1979.
Yeah.
That's it. That's why they're getting mad.
My mum's 70. She was left-handed and she did get the cane and the belt from some of her teachers when she was growing up. But she is still left-handed. It didn't take to her. She didn't do it. She didn't cave to them. I caved to them. Obviously, at that point, they didn't know I had arthritis in my hands. So that teacher probably done me major damage when I was a little girl. So look at the state of my left hand. That wasn't from her. That's from a cheese knife. Sliced both my nerves and tendons and my pinky. Right. 14. 17 years ago. 18 years ago nearly. It's because my teacher was
Turns out, right, there are more
was a
people, more
Presbyterian.
consumers in society than people who are on £50,000 a year working in white-collar jobs.
Not that I'm saying that all Presbyterians are like that. I've only met a few in my life, and other than my primary one teacher, the other four that I've met are very lovely people. One of them is left-handed, and I told him that, and he said, "She done what?" I don't know why she would have said that. We're not really bothered about what hand you write with.
I know that the aspirational class were the people who got pandered to under Thatcher and Blair and under David Cameron, right? But those days are over. People are poor now. We need things that are more down to earth, or indeed things that are different than what you think it should be.
You're only a year younger than my super hubby.
You know who Professor Major wants children to study instead of Shakespeare and Jane Austen? It's Stormzy. It's always bloody Stormzy. Yeah, it turns out kids these days prefer rhyme and drill to epic poetry. I think they should study both. I think they're both good. I like Shakespeare and Stormzy. What can I say? I guess that's woke of me to say it, right? I'm named. The name that I chose, Hellenic, comes from Shakespeare. The name I chose comes from Midsummer Night's Dream, of all things.
Does it? Oh my god, I didn't know
Also,
that.
Tracy Emin, and for some reason, the dreary dinosaur woman Mary Anning and Michael Faraday, who I guess must have been born poor and is therefore more relevant than, say, Isaac Newton, the wigged ponce who discovered gravity when a pot noodle fell on his head because apples are a bit middle class. What the hell are you talking about, Giles? What are you smoking, mate? Again, do you think they're not going to teach, like, Newtonian physics anymore? Because it's too... Like, what the hell is it? How can you teach physics without teaching Newtonian?
Is he seriously thinking that Newtonian physics is woke? Giles, it isn't. Trust me on that. What the hell, man? God, he's brain rotted. My middle sister's wife's from Ballycastle, up in the north, in Northern Ireland. It's Ireland, as far as I'm concerned. There should be no Northern Ireland. Just my opinion, of course. If you're doing physics, you're going to have to be taught Newtonian theory. What the hell, man? Obviously Einstein, Heisenberg, Dirac. I don't know. People of that ilk. I'm not physics. I get it. I get most of it, but when you get into quantum physics and things like that, no. I understand the basics of physics. That's all I need. I'm more biology based. I want to understand this, especially this, and also other humans. Other mammals would be good, of course.
In mechanics, like, what are you talking about? I'm so glad we read this on stream. I'm so glad. This is too funny. Professor Major claims that middle-class advantages
David Mitchell would
aid
bloody
entry
own
in the
him.
education system, but I was surprised by his phrasing. A bit middle-class. Surely it should be boiled into. He also wants disadvantaged kids to be rebranded as under-resourced, which he thinks is less binary. These people love to say binary.
Oh, fuck off with under-resourced. We're poor. It's not a swear word, man. And we're poor because of the way this country gets run.
I think it sounds well clever. Except what about poor, Lee? How about teaching children to use one short word instead of a focus grouped euphemism? I challenge you to deny my assertion that both...
Oh, that would be hilarious as hell if David Mitchell actually has a Jaguar.
just mean having less money, which is all this is. And it's nothing to be ashamed of. And what we need to do is help them stop being poor, not rename poverty, so they can just buy a Jaguar and drive around in it, instead of just having their gaunt, hungry, multi-ethnic faces splashed across the branding to make white people feel better about themselves. I mean...
That's one thing I would never do. I do have a driver's license, but I don't drive because of my health issues and stuff. But I wouldn't want to be driving a Jaguar around Glasgow, or in the north of Glasgow, or anywhere. We've got some of the craziest drivers here. I don't want dings. Trying to get a Jaguar with chips and stuff repainted, or all the dings knocked out. That'd be expensive. No. What I would do, I would just get a cheap little electric runaround to go and do my stuff. Super hubby wants that Monroe, and it does look amazing.
If there's one thing that Giles, Corin and I agree on, is that, yeah, we should be giving money to poor people. Give poor people the money, make it so that they're not poor anymore. I agree. That at least we can have an accord on the specific issue of giving money to poor people rather than pandering to them. That's true. We'll give them that. Because at the end of the day, a lot of people want to feel better about themselves rather than actually do material change for the poor. And I think that if that's the point Giles is making here, we can agree on that at least. What this has to do with the Jaguar advert, I have no idea.
Correct, yes.
Because again, as he's already recognised here, the Jaguar advert is meant to be selling electric vehicles to people who can spend £100,000 on a car, not on poor children. Like, the weird how he's linked the Jaguar advert to trying to make school more accessible for poor kids. I don't know how he's managed to get this together here. It's very strange. Right, I'm done. I need to go and shout expletives into a pillow for a bit and then dig out my MAGA hat. Again, just get some real problems, Giles. Get some real problems. But again, the man doesn't understand anything. The man is no brain, no thoughts, head empty. All I know is twerk, eat hot chip, be a Nepo baby and lie. That's all he knows. Let's be real.
Oh, right.
Exactly, like, if you had actual real problems, like the poor children that you claim to know so much about here, when you're looking at exam questions in your article in the Times you get paid lots of money to write, like, maybe, if you had the problems like they do, you'd talk about that, rather than talking about how mad an advert makes you. I feel like this article could have been written by an LLM trained on anti-woke nonsense, basically. And it's true, he didn't even buy a job. He was given one for column inches. It's very true. Well, that's it, right? Yeah, you're absolutely right, Lucas. You know, as I said, people, the queer community hates being. I mean, maybe it's just me, but most people that I know from the queer community, as I say, it's half of my friend group that isn't people who play Magic the Gathering, look at big multinational billion-dollar corporations, million-pound corporations or whatever, trying to pander to us by saying, look how progressive we are with our adverts, trying to sell you things. And I look at that and go, I would rather shit in my hands and clap than buy your product, you know? Your product isn't making life better for queer people. Your product isn't making life better for anybody.
You got a car.
We're gonna bring up the bit from the H-Bomber guy video.
Ooh, bit of H-Bomb. Nice one.
What is better, actually? Thing is that the adverts which have queer people in them just as a part of the advert rather than as a central focal point, they're better, right? They're better to me. Seeing a queer couple in the McCain fries advert, in like the chips advert, seeing a queer couple in the McCain chips advert as if it's just a normal thing, it's just the normal people go about their normal lives, that is perfect for me. That's what I want to see. I want to see it normalised, not being treated as special. Like, high fashion nonsense, which is clearly being done as pandering, that makes me fucking... I fucking hate that shit. It's tedious. It's tedious to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well said, Helena. I really didn't know that. That's how she chose her name. I like that. That's one of my favourite plays. Thanks for telling us that, Helena. Amazing. I'm a bit more otherworld. I would have probably chosen
would you like me to be
Ophelia. Or maybe Titania. Mind you, what happens to Ophelia? Dear God. Yeah, he only cares about his wallet, pretty much.
I feel like I'm just going to bring up, just to round this off. Just to round this off, I'm going to bring up the H-Bomber guy video.
I don't like that one. I keep on meaning to say to Helena to get rid of that one. Oh God, I hate it.
I'm going to bring up the bit at the end of the H-Bomber guy video.
I am sorry. I will apologise for the existence of George Galloway. We're not all like that, trust me. We're not. He was kind of popular when he was Hillhead, when he was the MP for Hillhead. That's at the top part of Byers Road, by the way. G11? G12? G12. So one of the more affluent areas of Glasgow.
About, you know, how like woke companies aren't your friends, quote unquote. I think it's a good sounding off point. Because things, what's going to happen is that Jaguar are going to fail. They're not going to sell many cars. This rebrand is going to be a failure, and everyone's going to chant, going, ha ha ha, go woke, go broke. And I'm just like, they were already broke, mate. They were already broke. This was a last chance saloon for Jaguar as a brand to try and sell some fucking cars, even though they haven't sold any cars since 2017.
How are they still going on then? That's
like,
weird.
I don't want queer people to be selling products. I want queer people to be liberating us from capitalism. Maybe that's a bland opinion, but...
It's a true opinion. Well said. Excuse me?
Be hunting the mammoth? Like, screaming at Gillette doesn't feed the tribe, you fucking low T beta. I can say that, by the way, because I have more, and I'm going bald. I have to wear it, so I get to make the joke. Fuck you! Anyway, Gillette, Keurig and Nike all successfully boosted their products and their image by way of relying on backlash from weirdos, and it worked. They probably all made quite a lot of sales. Which reminds me, my box of stuff from all of my favourite progressive-sounding companies arrived. Ooh, I wonder what's in it. What's this? That's weird. I'm not sure what this is. What could it possibly be? Oh, it's child labour. Oh yeah, here it comes, baby. The generic 10-minute rant about how capitalism is bad that I do at the end of every video now. That's right, I made yet another video to turn out to secretly be all about capitalism. You thought I couldn't do it, but I did! Don't ever question me again! You don't need me to lecture you through Nike's history of sweatshop labour, or their ongoing allegations of poor work conditions, often pulling production from factories that threaten to unionize, and refusing to let the Workers' Rights Consortium inspect their factories. You don't need me to go into exacting detail about Gillette's owners, Procter & Gamble, a giant corporation who are implicated in all kinds of stuff, or the general way big businesses are unethical on so many levels. I'm not even going to get into the pink tax, the way companies like Gillette can often say vaguely progressive things, but will happily charge women more for effectively the same product if they think they can get away with it. And don't even get me started on Keurig. Their coffee isn't very nice. And also a bunch of labour violations. You know most of this stuff happens already, and we all know it's bad. I'm not saying you should personally feel bad for buying the products of these companies either. Almost every company has something in their production chain which, if you sat and looked at it, you'd probably find unethical. That's the world we live in, and we don't change it by feeling bad about our tacit participation, we change it by trying to find ways of altering the way things are. The point here is that businesses exist to make money. Sometimes that's in the form of moving jobs to a country that does it cheaper, often because they don't have to treat their workers as well. Sometimes it's in the form of fiddling their taxes so much that not only did they pay less taxes than you technically paid them. Sometimes it's in the form of charging women more for pink razors, and sometimes it's in finding new ways to make you think about buying their product. These clips sound nice, inspirational even. They say things that not only do I agree with, but which I think are normal and not in the slightest bit radical. But they're commercials. Their purpose is to sell you things. They're a marketing strategy with little to no impact on the actual problems that threaten our world. I mean, heck, they won't even admit their commercials are commercials anymore. They're short films. It's got a cinematic aspect ratio, so you know it's classy and not an ad. There's this sequence where they play an old Gillette ad and symbolically break through it, as if to surpass it. But this is all window dressing designed to disguise that you are being sold something. It's really insidious to me how completely companies are trying to mask the fact that that's what they're doing. They're still just trying to find a way to get you. And it turns out that people don't go for hiring a model to pretend to eat a sandy pineapple burger anymore. They go for something that sounds really progressive and forward-thinking, and that all the weirdos on Twitter seem to be mad about. It's just like dear old dad always used to tell me, son, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. Actually, that's a lie. That's my fantasy. Dad mostly just sat in the corner and read Victor Klemperer books. But I'm the Victor Klemperer of my age, father! I tell everyone which video games are bad! Brands are not our friends. But it is nice, isn't it? I mean, I can make fun of people for buying razors just to spite some weirdos online or for liking a commercial or whatever, but it is pretty cool that a company actually invited discussion of these issues. Just keep in mind that there are deeper problems with these companies that we do need to talk about and solve. And don't let them buy your allegiance by saying something vaguely progressive sounding in a commercial. Besides, there are better, less invasive, more genuine ways of getting your product.
Yeah, fuck off, Harry. I'm not going to let you market Curiosity Stream at me. But yes, that is basically the point I was making there. Enragement is engagement. True. But yeah, exactly. Like everything that Harry said there. Like they're not progressive. They're not doing this because they have a secret, progressive agenda. They're doing it to try and sell you things.
No problem, Fluesnake.
And remember, of course, speaking of selling things, I am selling something which is the product of me talking about politics on the internet because I'm a filthy capitalist. Now, if you want to support me selling
Give Helena money.
At why capitalism is bad whilst being one, you can subscribe on Twitch for $4.99, all for free with Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. It gets you a free subscription on Twitch every single month, courtesy of Jeff Bezos, at no cost to yourself, which pays me to continue to be employed here on Twitch.tv. You can drop 100 bits. That gets you text-to-speech over on Twitch if you want to message read out. You can have a message read out on YouTube by super chatting. I read out all super chats regardless of value over on the YouTubes. You can become a YouTube member. It's only 99p to do that, which is cheaper than a can of Red Stripe. Or indeed, the best way to support the stream is to gift memberships to your fellow YouTube viewers. Again, only 99p each for each membership. That helps spread the love around, helps boost the stream in the algorithm, helps support me, and gets everyone access to all of the benefits of YouTube membership, which is the static emotes in YouTube chat and in the YouTube comments section, as well as my archived live streams over on youtube.com as well. So all of those methods can help me all of those methods can help me stay employed here on YouTube and Twitch. And there's also a Patreon there, which is £2, and they take the lowest cut as well for a monthly donation there too. If you can afford to, and you want to, and you think I deserve it, you can give me money if you want to do that. It helps me afford to be able to keep making content 6 days a week on YouTube and Twitch. If you want your TTS read out on Twitch, be called Monkey Sputum and Helena will turn off notifications when you drop 100 bits. I mean, you say that as if, I just happened to turn it off, but literally one time I saw you tip 100 bits, went to turn the alert box on to try and make sure that you could hear your text-to-speech, and then didn't realise it was actually on and then turned it off as soon as you donated. Like, you have the worst luck, Monkey Sputum, you really do. And again, it's basically a
Oh, sorry, Monkey Sputum.
No worries. And again, I would never expect anyone to support unless they can genuinely afford it and genuinely want to. I just make sure that I shill every stream so the people who would want to but forgotten to do so would be reminded to do it. I do have shitty luck as evidenced by the fact I have 2 Glaswegian kids. Oh, fuck it. How dare you denigrate Glaswegian kids in my chat? You know? It could be worse. You could have fucking, you could have kids from Saffron Walden. Your kids could be from, I don't know, Chipping Norton. Could be from Swindon. Plenty of worse places to come from in the UK than Glasgow. Could be Tarquin and Ophelia, the unluckiest children in Britain, whose parents are so rich they get put into private school, but not rich enough that they can pay the VAT. Exactly, I'm racist against people from Saffron Walden. Fuck you, Kemi.
Yes, fuck her. I've been struggling to get through PMQs with her as the leader of the opposition. Seriously, Christ, just fucking end me. I'm debating whether or not to do a deep dive into the Shadow Cabinet to see if it's really worth it. Looking into Robert Jennings' past, dear God, sounds tedious. Or probably horrifying.
Speaking, obviously, there was a discussion about like farming before. Oh, so only showing the stream. Me and Kev and the East Staffordshire Greens have had a great day door knocking for the Cannock Green Party. Excellent. I'm glad that you've been getting on the ground. I mean, I'm glad to see it, Jack, as well. We need to get more people out canvassing for the Greens. Definitely, 100%. Good to hear.
I like that. Well done. Good for canvassing for the Green Party. Good for you.
Obviously, earlier on in the stream, we touched on the farming measures in the budget. And of course, this stuff isn't going away. We'll be talking about the farmers' shit forever, because they're the most important people in Britain. So, we got a debate to watch between friend of the show, Richard Murphy, and a farmer on Sky News. And I've watched a clip of this because it came up on TikTok, and whoo! Richard Murphy absolutely knocked it out of the park. Let's have a watcherino. Let's see.
I'm
Guys,
let's let Victoria come in this, because you are making a lot of points. Let's let her...
Right, let's get this back to the start of this debate here.
Oh dear God, how bad's this going to be?
Fucking neoliberalism.
Keep that heard.
I'm muted. Sorry, I've just realised I'm muted. But yes, thank you for the 20 gifted, Lucas. I really appreciate the support. I will be turning off the alert box for the remainder of this segment until we've finished watching the debate. So if anyone wants to drop bits, you will not get text-to-speech until we have finished watching this video.
Richard, at this point, Professor of Accounting Practice at Sheffield University Management School. Richard, you were shaking your head there to what Victoria had to say. There are an estimated 13,000 farmers in Whitehall today and their supporters. Are they right to be so concerned?
Well, I think I'm afraid to say they really are deeply misinformed. The first thing is that, in fact, we're talking about £3 million of relief being available to farmers, and that's not even true, because the true figure is £5 million, because farmers are also able to claim business property relief as well as agricultural property relief. So the figures that we were hearing earlier on from some of you saying, well, let's include the cattle, let's include the crops, let's include the feed, let's include the equipment, all that is subject to another million for each person on top of that. And by the way, your organisation says that on their website, Victoria. So let's not beat around the bush here.
It's included.
You agree with that?
The BPR is included. It's not a separate allowance. It's included in the same allowance.
No, it isn't. It's an additional allowance, and you say so on your own website. So
and of course,
I've checked with the
Richard out here bringing the receipts. See, this is what happens when you do research before you get into one of these debates. You go, well, no, actually, no, I am right. And you know that I'm right because it says on your website, because I checked, is the best kind of gotcha. It reminds me of when Victoria Derbyshire told Jeremy Clarkson he told the Times that he did it for tax avoidance in their little interview on the streets. It's quite funny.
Revenue manual. Now, let's move on from that, because they are separate reliefs. One is on agricultural property, one is on business property. But the figures are reliable, and the figures are not from 1 year. The figures have come over a long period of time. But let's just stand back a minute and let's just talk about the reality of this, shall we? And let's just do some simple economics. The fact is that over the last 20 years, the price of agricultural land has skyrocketed. And I've known the price of agricultural land for nearly 50 years because I've been in East Anglian for a very long time and first prepared farm accounts when I was quite young in the 1970s, when land was going for next to nothing. And now it's going for over £10,000 an acre here.
What the hell? How old is Richard Murphy? Yes, he knows the shit. Carry on, Richard.
In Northern Ireland, it's £16,000 an acre, but admittedly farms there are much smaller. The fact of the matter is, however, that we have not got data to prove that more than 400 or 500 farms a year are claiming agricultural property relief. And this has been going back over several years, and the people who are buying farms now...
Richard, can I just interrupt there?
And it's important when he says that the price of land has massively increased, both in England and indeed in the 6 counties as well, is because the demand for the land has increased. What sets the price? Supply and demand is where price is set. If demand goes up, so does the price. Why has demand for farmland gone up? Is because people realise they can abuse agricultural property relief to be able to dodge inheritance tax. So people like Jeremy Clarkson and all of the people like James Dyson have gone out and bought farmland, not because they are genuine people who want to get into the farming business and start a quote-unquote family farm that they claim they want to protect. They're out there driving up the cost of this land because they are buying it specifically to use as an inheritance tax avoidance measure because of abusing agricultural property relief, which should be there specifically to protect the family farms, right? That's why it's there, is to protect people passing down family farms to their kids.
Oh, Vicky, did you know who she was? Sorry.
And because of the increase in demand, more farms are now above the threshold where they would start paying inheritance tax outside of an agricultural property relief under the new laws. So if, you know, the whole reason for this is to drive down those prices and to stop people using it as a tax dodge.
Oh.
Likes of Jeremy Clarkson. So we are actually simply subsidising farms.
Is it still a good watch, Flow Snake? I'm going to listen to it because I do appreciate him. He does good work. And taking on absolute idiots or people too stuck in their bubble, he's good at doing that. I do appreciate him, yeah.
Can I just make the obvious point? Nobody has to be a farmer. Nobody asks anyone to be a farmer. And anybody who's a farmer who doesn't like this can sell up and make over £100,000 a year.
All right, I'm going to put that to Jacob.
I'm
going to put that to Jacob. Jacob, you don't have to be a farmer. You can do something else.
Perfectly acceptable that every farmer could go and do something else, but then who's going to feed the nation? It's as simple as that.
Who's going to feed the nation, Richard?
Nobody's going to get into a business to earn nothing.
No, this is another nonsense argument, because in fact, what we're finding is that agricultural land is worth a lot of money because people are buying it. And when they buy it to claim agricultural property relief for inheritance tax purposes, they have to farm it. Nobody has ever bought a farm and left it to sit aside, unless, of course, they are claiming set aside and rewilding.
Could I leave?
Okay, yeah, you can. Let's come in this, because you are making a lot.
And the thing as well is that no one, again, at any point has relays to me any argument as to why farming has to be intergenerational. They say, oh, this ends the intergenerational nature of farming. And first of all, it doesn't. If you actually have a family farm that falls under the 5 million figure in total, if your agricultural land isn't over 3 million, including a farmhouse, and if your business property that you use for the farming isn't over 2 million, for that total for agricultural property relief and business property relief, you don't go over that threshold, you can pass it down entirely tax-free. Again, assuming you don't pass it down more than 7 years before you die, in which case it's not subject to inheritance tax at all anyway. Like, if you are a genuine small farmer, that won't actually hit you regardless. But no one has tried to point out to me, no one's making a reasonable argument as to why it should be intergenerational. Why shouldn't anyone be able to go out there and be able to buy farmland, to be able to be a farming startup, for example, as we keep saying we should be during a free market, free and open purchasing of commodities, goods and services? Why shouldn't a new family be able to get into the farming business because no farmer sells their land, A, because it's part of their intergenerational farm or whatever, or B, because people are holding on to it because they want to dodge inheritance tax? Why should it be a family business? Some of these farms have been in ownership for decades and decades, centuries even. Some of these farms have been owned for centuries by the same families passing it down. How is any startup farmer supposed to be able to get into the business if single families holding on to fucking everything?
Points. Let's let her respond to something. Victoria,
I think so. I mean, I'm kind of dying of boredom there a bit, Richard, because the fact is that you once did a few farm accounts 35 years ago. You don't do what Richard does. You don't get up every morning, put on your wellies with your waterproofs attached to that. Oh, sorry, Jacob. And you're very happy to opine on a kind of a theory of farming and a theory of agricultural economics, which is your view, and judging by your age, probably the same as mine, it's a clear kind of Marxist view of economics. Let's smash it to pieces.
I'm not a Marxist. Let's stop
once you've smashed it to pieces, I think his farm is not worth smashing just so that you can try and prove your theory.
Yes, it's very Marxist to want land to be used and sold on the open market at market value rather than being hoarded, again, specifically to try and use as a tax dodge and then never actually being traded on the open market. Incredibly Marxist. This man wanting there to be a free and open market for farmland, definitely a Marxist. Again, these people just say Marxist as a denigration for anybody they disagree with. It's just like woke, it just means nothing at this point. Because if this was actually a Marxist viewpoint that was being expressed here, we would, as I do as a Marxist, want all land to be held in common. I think we should go back to before the enclosure of the commons. As a Marxist myself, that's not what Richard Murphy is arguing for. He is arguing for a free market for land. He is, ironically, holding the Smithian capitalist version of this argument, which is that the hoarding of land, as the commodity it is by its nature parasitic.
It is, yeah. Yeah.
If there's one thing I guess that Marx and Adam Smith agreed on, which is that landlords
Ooh, 10 more gifts.
do nothing. And of course, the way Henry George ameliorated this through a Smithian capitalist, liberal capitalist perspective was let's have a land value tax to ensure that land is used for its most productive, to incentivize productive use of land. Thank you, Jack, for the £10 super chat. Love Richard Murford, he is so based. I agree. And thank you, SK the Crusader, for the raiding party of 7. Welcome into the stream today. You're through to No Justice Stream. We talk about UK politics from a socialist perspective 6 days a week. If that sounds like your thing, please drop a follow and also subscribe on YouTube as well, which is the same tag, NoJusticeMtg. It's free to do that. Everyone in my chat and on YouTube, if you're watching, please go and follow SK the Crusader. That's all one word, twitch.tv/SK the Crusader for reacts and YouTube reactions over on the Twitch. Also, excellent video essayists over on youtube.com/SK the Crusader as well. The 2 videos I would highly recommend are the 3-hour epic about unmasking the real Keir Starmer, that is highly worth your time, and the latest video, which is specifically aimed at Jonathan Ashworth. And if you're a friend of the show, you know that we love mocking Jonathan Ashworth on here. So what better thing to do than to go and visit the channel of a friend of the show and enjoy mockery of Jonathan Ashworth in 2 places rather than 1.
Oh.
That is not the way to cope with the problems. Actually, I've read your article with
That's
great
your
interest,
tonight.
and I too think that there are deep-seated problems within agriculture. But killing off farming from the top down is not the answer. And so everybody protesting today was right to be there. And on their behalf, I would like to say that we resent the condescending tones that are coming from government about Jacob and me and all of the people like us just not really understanding the figures.
Richard, can I ask you, is this the right way for the government to go about things? Because everyone will know tax is confusing to the mere mortal. You are an expert. That's why people come to accountants to help them sort it out. This is a confusing picture for farmers, which is why they have come to Whitehall. You can forgive them perhaps for feeling stressed and anxious, because on one hand, they are facing this inheritance tax change. On the other, the government is saying, with a bit of planning, it doesn't have to be this way. Plan ahead. Use all the relief schemes, all the different mechanisms available to you, and you can avoid this. Can you understand why farmers are feeling anxious and confused? It doesn't have to be this way. The government could have done this another way, could they not have? If they...
But the whole point about telling people to use the methods they can of avoiding paying the inheritance tax is because it's about changing the use of the land so that it's not used entirely as an inheritance tax dodge, which they wouldn't be able to get away with. You know, the Clarksons of this world can't get away with it because they are using it to dodge inheritance tax, which is specifically because of the 100% agricultural property relief that's being removed. That's the whole point of changing the tax, is so that people cannot do this anymore. Hence why they're happy for real farmers, real family farmers, to be incentivized to find ways around it, because that means that people like Clarkson still are left in the lurch. That's the whole point.
They want to close a tax hole. And as you said, you know, the wealthy people buying up the land and pricing out farmers, generations of farmers.
Let me be clear. Young farmers should be delighted about this change in inheritance tax because it is going to push down the price of agricultural land considerably. Therefore, there will be a lot of new entrants into farming, which will considerably expand the stock of farmers in this country, which will improve our agricultural supply enormously. This is liberating for farming, which is at the moment constrained by being in too few hands, particularly the hands of the very wealthy.
Okay,
so this is
I'm going
great
to
news for
put
farming.
that to Jacob. I'm going to put that to Jacob because I want Jacob to respond to this. Jacob, Richard is saying that this measure by the government, this inheritance tax change, is actually helping you. It's going to make it less attractive as an investment for wealthy people to avoid tax. Farmland will decrease in value. There would be more of it available and farmers could expand. New farmers could enter the business. This is good for you.
Yeah, well, it's very good for someone in an office to say that. But when you've got young people that are in farming that are making at most 20 grand a year, at the very most, how, even if land prices came down to £1,000 an acre, how are they going to expand when not only over 10 years when their father or grandfather dies, they've got to pay this inheritance tax bill?
If it goes down in price by a factor of 10, which is what you're saying might happen, right? From £10,000 an acre down to £1,000 an acre, it will fall below the current threshold for 100% agricultural property relief, and you will pay no inheritance tax. Please learn how maths works.
But how are they supposed to then buy more land? It doesn't correlate.
Richard, can you explain that for us, perhaps?
But look, I dealt with this on the blog post and the videos that I've made today, which have been viewed by a lot of people. And what I explained was that the problem that you're then explaining, which is entirely reasonable, that farmers aren't making enough money, has to be addressed in a different way. We need price support for farmers. We need to take control of the food industry, which is destructive in this country of health and of farmers, and we know that, and put in place proper food strategy to make sure that farmers are paid for producing decent food that doesn't kill people by the time it gets to shops because it's become ultra processed. So the reality is I'm all in favour of support for farmers, but don't, for God's sake, ask for people to believe that you're hard up when you're sitting on millions of pounds worth of assets. You're not going to win the public by doing that, because you could simply sell up and sit on a fortune for the rest of your life if that's your situation. And the rest of the country.
But Richard, they want to farm. Hang on, I'm going to stop you there. Jacob, you want to come. You don't want to give up your business. Sell your business and do what? You want to farm.
That's exactly it. And what's his plan when every young farmer in this country sells up? Is he going to import it from Australia?
Who are they going to sell it to? It's the identical argument from landlords. Like, well, if they put up the regulations on landlords, there'll be nowhere to rent because all the landlords will sell up. Where are they going to sell the houses? Who are they selling it to? What's going to happen to the house or the farmland after it gets sold to somebody else?
Yeah, fuck off with corporate capture, essentially. We don't want mega corporations buying up our land. Oh. Yeah, totally. You could write ones for me and I can post them on my Substack if you like. Or you can post your ideas into my Discord and we can maybe talk about it if you want to. I'm always available. Well, mostly available. It depends how I'm feeling. Obviously, dealing with a lot of issues. Oh, god damn it, why do I keep on doing that?
The whole point of buying farmland is because you're going to farm it. There is no use value for it as an inheritance tax dodge anymore, thanks to the change in the rules. Therefore, the people who are buying it are going to be sitting on nothing unless they actually make a turnover from the use of the land. Or what's going to happen to the food production if you farmers sell their farmland? They're going to sell it to other farmers. That's the whole point.
New Zealand?
No,
where does that solve the issue of producing food for a whole nation?
They simply won't all sell up. There's no evidence for this claim.
But they would have to.
Why are you all going to sell up? If we had a proper farming strategy that supported your income so you could afford to actually live properly on your farm, then you wouldn't have to sell up. And that's what I'm arguing for. Why don't you listen to this? I'm no Marxist, as I've just been abused of being. I'm actually wanting to support you in your businesses by reducing the cost of one of your major inputs, which is land. Yes, it will reduce the value of your estate for inheritance tax purposes, so you won't even have to pay inheritance tax, but you will also be able to buy more land to actually get people into farming, and you will increase your incomes if you follow what I say, and therefore it will become a profitable activity which will encourage people to go into it. So we will have a future land and farming supply for this country. Please see the big picture here. You're picking up the wrong end of the stick and you're making an argument you should never be pursuing because it's totally bad for farming to go this way.
Victoria,
I mean, I can feel his fury at just being entirely misrepresented the entire time. He's right. He's literally 100% right. Richard Murphy is bang on the money. Again, the farmland isn't being used for farming in loads of cases because it's being owned by private equity and private individuals. Or it's not being used as efficiently as it would be if actual farmers were buying it. 50% of all agricultural land acquisitions in 23-24 were by people who aren't actually farmers. It was private equity and private individuals. It wasn't actually used for agricultural uses. The whole point of this change is to stop people doing that. 50%, literally half of agricultural land acquisitions were being done not by actual farmers. Thank you, Zakat, for the raid of 40, for the raiding party of 40. Welcome in to the chat. 2 raids in 10 minutes. Welcome in, everybody. You're through to No Justice Stream. We talk about UK politics from a socialist perspective. 6 days a week. If that sounds like your thing, please drop a follow. We stream, as I said, every day other than Friday. I also have a YouTube channel at NoJusticeMtg. You can go and subscribe there for cut-up segments, and I also stream there too. That's where I usually do most of my stuff. Everyone on my chat, please go and follow Zacap, twitch.tv/ZACHAP, Zacap. Go and follow there for leftist educational content over there. I believe every day you stream. You do a lot of streaming. You're very, very kind of a dedicated streamer, Zacap. So if that sounds like your thing, YouTube and Twitch viewers, please, I encourage you to go and drop a follow over on Twitch for Zacap. Please do, and thank you for the raid.
Well said, Senator Cheryl. Richard Murphy, far too smart for these oiks. I've not seen that word in a while.
Victoria, I'm going to bring you in on that. Richard talks about farming strategy there, and Jeremy Clarkson raised it. He said farmers need better support. Regardless of this inheritance tax issue, that was an issue before this came in. Farmers were crying out for help for a better way. Richard, I know, is in favour of modernising farming. But there has to be a better way of doing this, doesn't there? Why haven't the government come up with a tax policy that goes after those that are specifically targeting farmland for tax avoidance?
I love how the framing here is, well, surely there's a better way of doing this. This is a really good way of doing it by stopping the whole fact, by specifically trying to undermine the reasons as to why farmland has become a financial instrument in the first place. Or surely there must be a better way. This is a good way. This is an excellent way of doing it. Oh, this just goes after the people who are using it for inheritance tax purposes. Well, actually, on top of doing that, I also think that people who are inheriting like £10 million estates, yeah, they probably should pay some inheritance tax on that. Right? You've got £5 million potentially in total of property relief for your farm, right? If you're inheriting £5 million worth of assets completely tax-free, how about you count your fucking chickens, mate? How about you count your blessings, mate?
Surely there's a simpler way of doing this without having British farmers marching on Downing Street. What would you want to do the government? What would you want the government to do that would help you better?
I think there are some short-term things that the government really needs to go. Jacob was raising. There's a real fear in the farming community about their older family who are in their 80s and possibly 90s. You know, the government should be looking at a way of releasing them from the 7-year rule. So if they want to hand over their land, they can do it without the fear that they might not last 7 years. That would be a very easy thing to do. But I think the government should come back to this and actually create a strategy.
Flow Snake, Numpty Woman. There's 3 different versions of me. There's Madcat79 Scotty Eye here on Twitch. There's Katie Marshall 4340 on YouTube, and there's Numpty Woman on Discord. Just look out for the cover of Reformer Revolution from the lovely Red Rosa. It's one of my favourite books. Well, that and Capital, obviously. So Numpty Woman over there.
This was 2 things that happened separately. On the one hand, DEFRA took away the BPS payments down to the last 7,200 for next year. Meanwhile, in another place, there was an attack on agricultural property relief. There doesn't seem to have been any attempt to see that the farming community feel as if they're in this terrible pincer movement. Now, the ELM scheme, which you're talking about, the great thing about the ELM scheme is we're no longer vassals of the state, which I think is this picture of support that Richard was espousing.
You're slaves to capitalism. It's just moved. It's the same sort of structure, essentially. You're a slave to capitalism. Yet we don't live in the feudal times anymore. Well, other than these poor bastards that live on sausage fingers land. That's essentially still feudal, but the vast majority of this country, we're living in a capitalist hellscape. And the last government since I've been alive have been fucking terrible, essentially. You're the ones that haven't really been focused on for a good while. And now you're throwing a hissy fit. if this is going to get more people into actually doing farming, which we do need them. We do need people farming and making our own food. That is a good thing. I like that. And a lot of you are throwing a hissy fit about it. But don't get me wrong, I still hate Rachel Reeves.
We will deliver by contract public goods for the people of this country, and we will get paid for doing that. No longer a subsidy for the square acreage that you have of land, but a payment for doing something that everybody needs. And that is a good policy. It's making ground, it's making payments. It's really badly stalled since June because of hiatus in government and so on. What the Secretary of State needs to do with the Farming Minister is go back to the Rural Payments Agency, go back to DEFRA, put their foot down on, as in get going, on the ELMS project, and actually create the farming industry that we want. We want a successful, energetic, dynamic 21st century farming industry.
Well, Richard was agreeing with you on that final point you made there, which you may be pleased to hear there. I'm glad we reached some common ground in this, because it really is good to thrash this out and get all sides of the debate, because it has got so confused. And Jacob, taking this inheritance tax issue off the table for the moment, I know it is the most pressing concern today, and it's what everyone's talking about. But you were under pressure before this announcement was made in the budget. And I just want to get a sense of how you feel about the future of farming right now. Because, you know, I was with you and your young son, just 6 months old.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And again, as has been pointed out in chat, I have plenty of sympathy for the actual work farmers do, not
damn it.
In chat, I have plenty of sympathy for the actual work farmers do not being paid well enough. I absolutely 100% sympathise.
I'm not sure how to... That's weird. Does that sound better now? That is weird. Not entirely sure how you fix that. Is it these? It might be these.
The monopsony power of the supermarkets and manufacturers has driven down the price of these goods. It has made farming far less lucrative as an industry for the hard work that gets done. And this doesn't need to be the case. Like, I'm not saying that we have to pay more for our groceries. I don't think that's true. I think we need to stop the price we pay for groceries being filtered through 5 different layers of bureaucracy throughout the manufacturers and the supermarkets and the distributors all taking their little cut, when we could be having far more support for farmers markets and direct produce being sold to people at the price that would be paid in the supermarkets already, without the pound of flesh being taken through all the different...
I need my tech god Rohack back. If he's on tomorrow when Helena and Kev are streaming watching Laura Kay, I'll see if I can coax him before I go live tomorrow night. See if he can help me. Or anyone else in the chat that can help me out. I'm still kind of new to it as well. Martin! Woohoo! Welcome in. Great to see you. We're watching Richard Murphy destroy the head of the NFU, and this guy we can see just now is a farmer. Sky News.
Intermediaries from farm to market. We could have a much better system that gives these people far better returns on their investment and their hard work, hard grueling labour that they do. But none of these things is in any way relevant to a discussion about whether or not people inheriting millions and millions of pounds worth of assets, should they pay inheritance tax or not.
In the green room before we came into the studio, and I'm sure you want him to have a future in farming if he wishes to do so.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about the future for your family and the business?
I think he's very vulnerable at the times. it's not just the inheritance tax that they've decided to do. They've decided to add a fertiliser tax. Like Victoria said, they've changed the de-link payments for BPS. It's not just, they're not just going after the wealthy landowners. It's quite simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have added all these other taxes to farmers. And there is just no support. I don't think they understand what goes on a farm. It's easy for someone to sit in an office with some figures and say it's not going to affect the vast majority, but a fertiliser tax affects every farmer in the United Kingdom.
That's just nonsense. Inheritance tax doesn't affect every farm. You already get £1 million per person agricultural property relief, plus the farmhouse, plus business property relief up to £2 million if it's a spouse. Like, it's just lying. Why are they lying? Why do they just lie when we know that it's not true? Again, you could get some sympathy if you pointed out loads of other things that we've already admitted are problems, except they just want to lie about the idea that they might get taxed on less than £2 million worth of assets, which isn't true. It's just not true.
Kingdom, so it's just nonsense to sit there and say that it's not going to affect every farmer, because it does.
Okay. Well, listen, Jacob Walker, Victoria Vivian and Richard Murphy, thank you very much for talking about...
We talk about fertiliser tax, not IHT. Oh, sorry, thank you. I must have missed that. I'm not wearing my headphones because I've lost the charger for them. That's why I've been muted a lot, because I'm having to unmute my microphone whilst using speakers, so...
about this issue, that's a real emotional one and a very complicated one as well.
Cummings didn't leak the initial...
Ignore my last point there, but yeah, it's just... I wonder what the comments were like on that one.
Richard, at this point, Professor...
So I've been super interested around...
No. I've got my...
How the public would perceive this. I'm really interested in thinking, well, how are the public going to perceive
Got my microphone?
very wealthy people not paying inheritance tax like everybody else? I wonder if that's something...
And there's a silly little microphone on this.
Farmers didn't go to Westminster to protest when then they went Brexit.
I've got the speakers on my laptop down to
Farmers
about
marched against trust agreements with
down
Australia.
to the bottom 25% above the water.
He's talking about. It doesn't seem like there's much sympathy for the farmers in the comments section. Wait a minute. Is this the person from the video? Yeah, so it is Victoria Vivian is the person, right? So Victoria Vivian is married to Sir Ralph Ferrers Alexander Vivian, 13th Baronet Vivian of Trelawarren, Cornwall. The families have been landowners since the 15th century. She is a very wealthy landowner. Her group are the Country Land and Business Association. The 25,000 members of her organisation own 1/3 of the land in England. She could not be further away from the young farmer beside her. And the information she is stating is absolute nonsense. When did we stop...
Bloody hell! She's got a cheek! Piss off, Victoria! Crying out loud!
Listening to experts like the professor and start listening to the opinionated, entitled rich who don't pay their share in this country and want things to remain that way by lying through their teeth. The same people who conned them and got them to vote for Brexit. Wow. Wow, that's some information there from David Baxter in the YouTube comments.
That's my uncle's name.
And she's even like a landowner for tenanted farmers as well. So she'd be paying inheritance tax on land that she doesn't farm, that somebody else pays her rent to farm themselves. She's a fucking landlord. Jesus Christ. And again, just getting mad at the idea that they might not be able to keep their farmland inside their family that's been there for fucking 5 centuries. 5 centuries they even hold the same farmland. That's mental.
What a cheek!
Yeah, one of the worst kinds of landlord. Very true, very true. Yeah, absolutely. Straight in the trebuchet. Straight off the Tesco gulag with this one. Also, thank you, by the way, Sergey Meerkat, Phil McCracken, and Jack Miller for the 10 gift arenos each. That's incredibly generous of you for gifting 30 memberships between the three of you. Thank you very much for the support. We appreciate it.
My God, that's 100 gifts for this stream alone. Well done. Give Helen all the money.
We appreciate it in the No Justice stream. She's in the Duchy of Cornwall. Of course she fucking is. Hence why Vivian is spelled weirdly.
That's the Saxon way of spelling it with the Y, by the way.
Literally a communist.
The girl that's had a silver spoon in her fanny from birth sounds like the salt of the earth. Exactly. And again, I have plenty of sympathy with the young farmer who's
That sounds uncomfortable.
make ends meet, given the prices that supermarkets force them to pay or force them to charge for their agricultural products.
As a female, I have to go through what is known as a smear. And there's this instrument called the speculum. I won't describe what actually happens, but it used to be made of metal. It was cold and horrible, and I hated it. But as female, the smear has to be done. So I would equate having a silver spoon put up there uncomfortable.
Produce, right? But none of that has any bearing on whether or not you pay inheritance tax on £3 million worth of assets, which they probably won't do if it's 3 million. It has to be like most likely around 4 or 5 million if you to start paying any tax at all. You're right, Kev, how you doing?
Hey!
Now we know why Victoria was calling Richard Murphy a Marxist, just because she is worried that he might do to her what Chairman Mao and the members of the Communist Party did to the landowners in China. Just a small bean multi-millionaire landlord, yeah?
God, these people.
Well, that's literally how these wealthy landowners feel. That's literally...
Be a sound engineer, but I was back in the 90s, so I'm not fully in my wheelhouse here, but I've heard similar echoes from laptops, and I can't remember exactly why it happens. Maybe it's something to do with the laptops, essentially. I'd love to get a better setup, don't get me wrong. I'd love to fully build my own PC and things, but that's way out of my price range, unfortunately. See, this lovely laptop that I've got here, it's an HP, it's one of the better models. It's a former business one. I like it, it's doing well. But a proper PC setup would set me back about 800, I think I would need to make it worth my while. Don't get me wrong, there's probably good ones probably about the 500 to 600 price mark, but I could only afford about 200 at the time, that's why it's this. It's doing me well. Fingers crossed for a lottery win. Yeah, that happens with me sometimes as well. Ooh. Christ, she's woken up early.
What these wealthy landowners feel like is that any amount of usurping of themselves as being the upper crust, the upper class of wealthy inherited intergenerational landlords, any amount to which that gets undermined feels like Bolshevism to them. It feels like Bolshevism if there is any amount of policy that is geared towards them no longer being intergenerational landlords with huge amounts of century-old property.
Oh, fiddle around with it.
Thank you, Phil McCracken, for a 20 gifted, and Trout with Gout for the 1 gifted. Appreciate both of your very generous support. Yeah, like literally, just maybe you shouldn't own fucking a third of the land in England And the state implying an inheritance tax that forces you to sell some of it is not the same as dekulakization. I'm sorry, this isn't Stalin, this is just inheritance tax. This is liberal capitalism you're getting mad at here. But these people don't want liberal capitalism. That's the problem, is that these wealthy landowners don't want liberal capitalism because that undermines the feudal existence that they wish they had. Right? If you own a third of the land and you're a landlord who charges tenants to farm on them, you're a fucking feudal lord, mate. You're a feudal lord extracting rent from your serfs who farm the land to feed themselves and to feed the country. Right? You are literally a feudal lord. It's not Marxism to try and turn feudalism into capitalism. Clearly, you should be calling Richard Murphy a Jacobin and not a Marxist if you feel like your inherited right to be a landowning feudal lord being undermined.
I'll say something about the Jacobins here. The wealthier ones who could actually move, a few of them moved down to England and bought up land down there. Most of them came down here. A lot of them just fucked off, left Britain completely. But a few of them moved down to England and bought up land there and settled down there. Still got Scottish ancestry and stuff, but they moved down south essentially and bought up big estates and shit like that.
And as Thomas Powell points out, a tax that reduces the value of the land is good for small farmers. Absolutely. There's so much wrong with the Duchy of Cornwall. I've probably not read that specific thing, but I've read plenty of bad things and shit that they do.
Yeah. I'm leaving that until I'm well prepared for it, essentially. I don't want to go anywhere near any of the duchies as a topic to discuss on stream. I'll get too angry because I want to do the monarchy.
Striking fear in the hearts of wealthy landowners since ancient Rome. Very, very true. Jacobin doesn't have the same sting to it these days. Clearly, that's something that we should be changing. Well, that's the thing, right? Is that the French Republic, they didn't have the same problems that we do with these feudal landlords because, of course, they got a bit choppy, didn't they?
Be careful, we can't talk about bringing Madame Guillotine back.
I spend my entire time as a streamer. I seem to spend my entire time as a content creator explaining to capitalists how capitalism works as a communist who thinks capitalism is bad. I swear down, right? That's what I spend half my time doing, is explaining the basic mechanics of capitalism to people who call themselves capitalists. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yes, utterly ridiculous. It does get frustrating and tiring.
Trauma from the English Civil War. True.
Oh, I like that. That's good. Oh.
Thank you, Cool G Raps Flat Cap. I appreciate the kind words. Explaining to the game devs how to complete the tutorial. Welcome in, Arbelin. It's good to see you.
Arbelin, nice one.
Yeah, like the people say that we're the bastion of capitalism. We never fucking got rid of feudalism. Feudalism never went away in this country.
Correct. There's still parts of this country that are still feudal, essentially. Sickening.
Like the Giles Corrin stuff took so long. Maybe we'll have to wait until tomorrow to talk about BlackRock. Because I feel like I have so much to say, but I've just been speaking constantly for the last 2.5 hours, and it's really kind of conked my voice out with this sort of thing.
No problem. Any help is very much appreciated.
We just had 2 raids, but it is quite late, and we were in over 2.5 hours into the stream, which is usually when I start kind of winding down, especially if we started late, which we did. Wonder who else is live.
Oh. Okay. That was brilliant, Helena. Nice one.
Right, I guess I'll raid you all into Mooncat. She's live.
Is it too late to start that one? Oh, we'll put the short on from Mehdi.
After months and months of waiting, the International Criminal Court has finally issued arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant, former Israeli Defense Minister, and Hamas commander Mohammed Daif. They're accused of serious crimes, war crimes, crimes against humanity. This is a big deal, and the Israelis are already screaming it's anti-Israel. This is anti-Semitic, which is BS for a number of reasons. But the main reason is this. When International Criminal Court Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan first requested arrest warrants, he checked with 6 legal experts who all agreed that there was a criminal case against Netanyahu. One of them was this guy, Theodore Meron, 94-year-old Jewish Holocaust survivor, former legal advisor to the Israeli Foreign Ministry, former Israeli ambassador to the United Nations. He is not anti-Semitic. He is not anti-Israel. In fact, he's a former judge on the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda and for Yugoslavia. The guy knows his stuff. He's a Jewish Holocaust survivor. And even he said there's a criminal case to be made against Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, I think, you've also got this issue of the Prime Minister putting his cock in a dead pig.
Too long. Bloody hell. Hello, Matthew. That was a while ago, that call-in. I can't, that one's an hour and a half long. Super Hubby will be awake by then. Let's listen to a couple of songs, then I'll finish up.
Oh, a bop it? I didn't see. Hey, don't tell me what to do. All right, fine, hand it over. Come on. Hey, this is cool.
Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Heard you were saying shit, I caught a ray of it. You shouldn't play with it. You blew my mind, it's a joke, so that's all fine, ain't a joke, no. Pray to the God from the bottle, Rolex right, all the ops on my bottle. Burn CDs to the top of my Tahoe, falling down when I speed on a pothole. Napster and I down the whole load. All these magazines on the floor, though, telling me that's a no-no. Make God grab the chrome, so the chopper the best. She made the cut, so I hope that I'm blessed. You got the shit, but she copping for less. Got it for free, denying you best. Pull up. 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 Okay, now listen. You don't wanna phone me, slipping it up, you surrounded like Gobi. Act like a lizard, you lowly. You taste like a lizard, you sober. Meditate days, I'm lonely. I mean, I'm Obi. Feeling like home is the only. Came off the bench like Ginobili. Time had been rolling, no rolling. Possession ain't nothing, they told me. I spoke with the master on 03. They told me that I better associate. On my path nobly, I got the hands with forbidden the cronies. They wanna beef, but they eating the 4-3. I'm fucking with God and we know she. Pull up. 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 flat stands and feeling forceful. Authored more so, tear your torso. Ayy, ayy. Fuck the Morse code that I forego. I'm resourceful. Ayy, I got the crop, I got the bag and I ain't even shop. Gave me the Sadies, I ain't even cop. All that they gave me, I guess, is a payday. Bank wouldn't see me, calling the Mayday. Ain't validate, Mayday wouldn't go long. Pop in the CD, showing the photos. See me with Ruby, saved like a Toto. I'm good for the dough. Talents I balance, I flip in a row. Water the wrist like I'm flipping on boats. You got us a him, but she giving me more. Pop it, push it, pull it. Pull up, pull it, pull it, pull it. Pull up, pull it, pull it, pull it. Pull up, pull it, pull it, pull it. Pull up, pop it, push it, pull it. Pull up, pull it, pull it, pull it. Pull up, pull it, pull it, pull it. Pull up, pull it, pull it, pull it. Pull up, pop it, push it, pull it. Pull up, pull it, pull it, pull it. Pull up, pull it, pull it, pull it. Pull up, pull it, pull it, pull it. Pull up, pop it, push it, pull it. Pull up, pull it, pull it, pull it. Pull up, pull it, pull it, pull it. Pull up, pull it, pull it, pull it. Pull up.
Father, God King, rarely do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus.
Divine intervention, is that what you seek? To untie apprehensions that were placed on that Greek? You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under, why not make it a game? Convince each of them that he ought to be released, and I'll release him.
Who's them?
Apollo! Hephaestus! Aphrodite! Ares! Hera! Or me? What do you say?
Great.
Very well.
All right.
Bring it.
Apollo! You all know I'm a fan of catchy songs, so with so many sirens gone, I think God is in the wrong.
They were trying to do him worse. All he did was reimburse them. Now they'll tread with caution first to live another day and sing another verse.
If that's true, release him.
Hephaestus!
Justice not given is forced. Why should I give in my support? He sacrificed his own cohort.
Did you forget they failed to listen? He was betrayed and then imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build a future with those who miss him.
Fine, release him.
You're a little high and mighty. Odysseus claims to love his mother, but let her die of a broken heart. He was busy fighting, more like busy spiting. The Cyclops let him feel the pain that his mother felt and wrought. Wait! Please reconsider this.
Really, Athena? These old tricks?
Ares!
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, pathetic and weak like his son.
Hold your tongue now, hear signs, my friend, and tell your lover that a broken heart can mend. You want more bloodshed, then set him free to get back to his homestead. He'll make everybody bleed.
Release him.
Hey, baby. So many heroes, so many tales. Give me one good reason why you should prevail. He's got the mind of a genius. Try harder. He's pretty skilled with words. You can do better than that. He's kind of funny.
Never once has he cheated on his wife.
Release him. I've played your game and won. Release him.
You dare to defy me, to make me feel shame. No one beats me. No one wins my game. Thunder, bring her through the ringer. Show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes the kingdom fall. Is she dead?
I've actually sent in a short to the guy that organised all this, Jorge Rivera Herons, and I was singing Athena's part, so basically the main goddess. I was singing the song.
Let him go.
One right after that's a different version. No.
Father, God King,
Can't do that
rarely
one.
do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your.
You remind me of a man. What man? Oh, the man with the power. What power? Oh, the power of voodoo. Voodoo. Oh, you do, you do. You remind me of a man. What man? Yeah, the man with the power. What power? Yeah, the power of voodoo. Voodoo. Yeah, you do, you do. Oh, we come dinkum, not of a trick. Save us from the man with the hex. Save us from his evil curse. It's gonna get bad, yeah, it's gonna get worse. Hocus pocus, Alakazam. Save us from that evil man with hairy legs and heavy feet. He cracks the pavement as he creaks. Rex, save us from the man with the hex, with buggy eyes and a bulging neck. Save us from the man with the hex.
Nope, going nowhere near it.
I set upon the sea to search for phantom sails from tales my mum told me. A ghostly galleon filled with gold, she sails alone. No crew nor captains guiding, and can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. Sun and horizon met, I weighed the anchor our hoisted sails, my course was set. My cutthroat crew conspiring with the stars, our guide. They point the way through perils fraught and lead us to the one they call the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. Lean left, hard right. Hold tightly to her helm, she'll try to drown you just for spite. Heave ho, till first light. She'll give a fight to all who try to claim the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. A mighty tempest grew, the banshee cried, turn back, but our resolve was true. We pointed bow ahead and shouted, we'll break through. The jaws of hell can't hold us back, there's nothing that can keep us from the shadow. The winds blew stronger still, the ocean raged against us, tried to break our will. The sirens in the water thirsty for the kill. Our vessel reeling to and fro to bear us to the one they call the shadow. None can keep us from the one they call the shadow. Lean left, hard right. Hold tightly to her helm, she'll try to drown you just for spite. Heave ho, till first light. She'll give a fight to all who try to claim the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. As thunder split the sky, the lightning drew a shape beyond the tempest sigh. A chill ran through my veins as legend came alive. A fast I cried, all hands, as we prepare to take the one they call the shadow. All hands! As we approached her shell, the skies went silent, seas went calm as if by spell. No signs of fight or flight were in her, all was well, until I tried to take her helm. Her rigging came alive, she hung my crew before me eyes. She stole my sight and cursed me captain of the shadow. She took my eyes and cursed me captain of the shadow. Lean left, hard right. Steer clear of her, I fear she'll eat your soul, she'll take your life. Heave ho, till first light. She'll claim the souls of those who try to tame the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. I set upon the sea to search for phantoms from tales my mum told me. A ghostly gal.
They're called Sail North. Well, it's one guy. He's brilliant. He is absolutely amazing. Go and check him out on YouTube. Well, I've got both of them. I've got YouTube and the music one. I paid premium for both of them. It's worth it because I listen to music all the time, and obviously I need the YouTube for my channel. They're called Sail North. Go and check them out. He's amazing.
Fight a war with drones, you can fight a war with loans, you can fight a war with gas or cans of paint. But don't you realize that the game's compromised if you think that this is something that it ain't? 'Cause we got images of murder that don't manage to disturb an international order that is bordering absurd. And no one gets the freedom they were told that they deserve till they realize that freedom's not a noun. It's a verb, it's a verb, freedom is a verb, something never finished, never done. It's something you must make, it's something you must take, it's something you must constantly become. of this weekend revolution. It's a radical inclusion. It's a holiday of popular revolt. It's the social interaction of inconsequential actions, using faces to replace a silent vote. But lower pay and higher rents, another kind of violence, the violence of silence and of greed. It's the violence of feeling your irrelevance, revealing every way in which you never will be freed. It's a verb, an action and an urge, as fertile as the barrel of a gun. And it happens out of need, it's a fire and a seed, and its terrible potential has begun. Well, they'll tell you that your liberty is constantly in jeopardy. It's something you must loyally defend. But isn't it demeaning when your well-intended meanings mean your means will have to justify your ends? So improvise a barricade of furniture cascading as a carnival of helmets in the flood. For the bottles can be filled with either gasoline or lager or detergent that'll wash away your blood. It's a verb, freedom is a verb, something never finished, never done. It's something you can fake, and it's something that'll break if it ain't something that you constantly become. It's a verb, an action and an urge, as fertile as the barrel of a gun. And it happens out of need, it's a fire and a seed, and its terrible potential has begun.
Bloody hell, it's 5:05. Let's go and give some love to Aiko. I will shut down here. Thank you, everyone. I've really enjoyed this tonight. Glad you all dropped by. I will be streaming again tomorrow night between either midnight and 1. Maybe a touch later, I'm not quite sure yet. Depends when Super Happy goes to his bed. So I will see you all tomorrow, and we will do Edge of the Maps video about how crap our electoral system is here in Britain. You're welcome, Full Snake, no problem. If you want any more music suggestions, just ask. Bit more of a metalhead and rocker and stuff like that. But I have my Dutch Little Secrets, like that one I couldn't play earlier on, from Descendants, Disney. Really don't want a DCMA. So I'm not going to irritate them, I'll just leave be. I'll just listen to that. Check out the song anyway, it's called Red. Descendants, Rise of Red's the movie. Won't likely get it on Disney Plus, I'm sure.